Okay, so today is going to be episode 2 in my little permadeathchess.com bot challenge that I'm doing, and I introduced it 2 weeks ago. I'm always known for doing all these kind of crazy different permadeath challenges, especially in multiplayer games that are unusual, like you play an MMO for the first time and you try to get from 1 to max level without dying, or just my first playthrough permadeath format overall, you play a game for the first time and try to beat it without dying, things like that. So I'm always known for things like that in other contexts. You can play Overwatch or some multiplayer game and play as every character until you lose. So it's a little bit unusual to do it with chess, but this is what we're doing here, where we'll go through every single bot on the site, and I'll kind of add some additional things that I didn't mention the first time. So we have a few different sort of conditions that I have to go through to do this. I have the ability to choose the order in which I play the bots, right? It's not like I have to play them from lowest rating to highest, or in the order that they appear, alphabetical order, anything like that. So I can cherry pick the weakest opponents first, otherwise it might not last that long if I do lose to some high rated opponent. So for these first couple episodes, and I might only play one bot per episode, or maybe even less than that later on, there's no rule either that says, oh, I have to beat a bot per episode. You would think I should be able to, especially with these lower rated ones. But if we're playing Alex Botez or somebody 2000 plus, or Judith Polgar, this is part of the point of what this is too, with the beauty of the correspondence format. The idea is you can take as long as you want. It could take me 10 episodes, but I'll beat or draw Judith Polgar. And that's another element too, is like I have to beat them or draw them, and that they both count as a win. Right, so for example, if I lose, it's over, and then I can't play anymore. Then I'll just go back to the chess, and I can't. The challenge is over. But if I beat them, I move on to the next one. But if I draw them, I also move on to the next one. I don't have to play them again. And there's nothing that says I have to beat them. So the point is to survive them. So if I'm good enough to, okay, I'll draw a grandmaster bot like Benjamin Feingold or Judith Polgar or something like that. That's good enough, right? Drawing is not losing, and so you move on. That also does count. I didn't mention that last time, but that seems to be fair because you're going in a gauntlet and you get one chance, so you might be off one game, but you can't ever lose a single one. You just have to either draw or obviously win, which against some of these tougher opponents, I mean, I'm only like a 1500 or so opponent myself, player myself, so it's not like that's unfair when we go against Ding Lear, and if we draw him, that'll be fine. And that shouldn't be too bad, because these bots aren't really life accurate, because we were like -1 in an end game against Ding's bot before when I played a long time ago. So it's not like that would never happen normally. I can't do that against 2000 players, or it's vastly different from what a player would actually look like, I feel like, at that rating. So these bots are a little bit inflated, even more than the chess ratings or other sites might be. And so what else? We have that, so we can draw them. We can choose the order in which we play them. I'm going to do sort of the free-to-play ones first, since I don't even have like a premium thing on this account, unless maybe later on. But again, we've only done one so far. We did that Madam Murder one. I'll show you in a second, but yeah, we took our time. That's the point of this. And again, it doesn't matter how long it takes. So I have a lot of advantages, right? I get to choose which order we play them in. I get to survive with just a draw. I don't even have to beat them. And I get to take as long as I want, even if it goes into multiple episodes and multiple streams. I don't even mind that. But the principle is to show what I always talk about. Like, if you really sit there for long enough, and we'll do that against better opponents, we can beat them. I can beat a Grandmaster bot, or I can draw one. Even if I'm a bad player, even if I'm playing for the first time. It'll be very exhaustive and boring and irritating, but you'll go through every tree of ideas. You'll just do it slower. So if you're in correspondence, you can theoretically do that. Not even by cheating or using external help or looking anything up or things like that. It just means like every move, I'll do like one move per episode in like a 3-hour stream or something, like if that's what it takes to do it. So that's the approach we're going with. Obviously it shouldn't be necessary for a while, but once we get to some of those tougher opponents, I'm going to take the piss kind of to finally prove what I always talk about, where even you see that a little bit in classical games. Like in a classical game, each player has 30 minutes, like we show on chess. All of a sudden, my level of play drastically improves, and like I beat a 2000 player, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's just because you had more time." But we both had 30 minutes, so like, how can you use that as an excuse now? That doesn't invalidate what you're doing right? That's actually what chess is all about. So people miss the point with these faster formats, especially at a low rating. It's meant to be a slow, monotonous, draw fest of a game, and so at least you embrace its true nature if you really like it, instead of pretending, oh, let's do bullet and blitz and subvert the nature of it. Because if you want it to be about speed and real-time reactions and the athletic ability to move the pieces physically faster than your opponent, or your clicking speed, you're kind of playing the wrong game, because it's a turn-based game and it's meant to be, done in that particular way. So the higher quality you get is the better it's going to, is the longer it's going to be, right? So why would you want to subvert that and try to say, especially when you don't know what you're doing, right? Even if you're a good player, I still don't really feel too strongly about it, but there's no reason to play these faster formats. You might say, well, you just enjoy them, but then you maybe are better off just playing some other game that would take into account speed and reaction time and things like that, that just aren't inherently linked to chess, that almost go in contrast to its nature. So this is sort of embracing in the extreme way the way that we would really take our time, and that would vastly improve your play. So if I go from a 1500 to a 2000 in classical, then I'll go from a 2000 to like a 2500 in correspondence, or there's no limit to it. So we will almost troll to an extent, but that'll come with the later bots. And like I said, I'll do the free to play ones for now, because some of them require diamond or something. But if we run out of the low ones to cherry pick, then we might have to do that somewhere along the line. But let's see, what else? So if I lose to any single one at any point, we obviously have to just end the challenge, and that's it. And I guess I can take credit really for inventing this one, because I'm sure, all these chess streamers and all their time doing it, Alex Botez and fucking Levy and Hikaru and stuff, they probably haven't done this exact thing. Like, I'm sure they played bots, they played mittens, all this kind of stuff. Maybe they've beaten every bot, but more than likely they'd probably skip some of the lower rated ones, because it's like, what's the point? Or they do like these challenges like, can Martin win with like 10 queens versus like one queen or something, because Martin's considered so bad or something. We have Martin, Madam Murder, and obviously Alex Botez, my nemesis in a manner of speaking, who embodies cult of personality that I always criticize. But basically, I have this little art that I got to represent this, and so this is only my my second channel art related to chess. And actually, the first one was meant for the short story, the one with the whatever. I'm sure you've seen it in my other AFK streams and stuff, like for an AFK screen, like where the two guys are playing over the board, whatever, and there's like the bombs and shit going on in the background. But that was actually for a short story, not for chess. But obviously, ended up working out for that purpose too. So yeah, this is only the second one I've done since coming back on this channel, and this challenge is going to go on for a period of time, or I guess the only way it wouldn't is if I lose. But it's an interesting way to sort of delve into these bots, because not that I haven't played any of them before, but I haven't really found it interesting too. And only when I immerse myself like this, where there's something on the line, does it make it interesting, because otherwise it's like, what's the fun in playing a 600 rated bot? But I was like being super instructive and super immersed in what I'm doing. Every move matters, like you're really taking it seriously. Even though I'm playing a 600 rated bot that I should be able to beat in my sleep, I still took it like really seriously, because in case I fuck up or something, right, I would have actually lost the whole challenge. So that's how you should treat it. That's how you should treat like every game and every opponent. But I obviously don't typically do that. I can be very lazy sometimes. And time is one of my big weaknesses that we also don't have to worry about here. So yeah, I'll use this obviously as my intro screen like we're doing now, or if I go AFK during this challenge, or if I, whatever, when I upload to YouTube and things like that. So that'll be nice to have. And beyond that, we have the ability to basically, what do you call it? But no, this is like my format. I invented this format among countless other Permadeath formats and millions of games over time. But basically, nobody's probably done it exactly in this way, where they go through every single bot, not even saying successfully, because I'm sure Hikaru could do it, or somebody could do it. Or not if they have mittens on there, but I think they got rid of mittens. But the point being that Hikaru could presumably do it, like where he goes through every single one and beats them. Because even if there's like a Magnus bot or the best one on there, he could beat them, but I don't know if he could beat them in one shot. Like maybe he'd win one, lose one. Like with mittens specifically, like I'm sure he's beaten mittens, but it would have taken him like 10 tries to get it, and he might draw 8. But I guess that would be good enough too. If he knew he was playing for a draw, then I'm not questioning his ability to do it. I'm just saying, I don't think anybody would have done it exactly in this manner where there was the permadeath condition. And of course, I make sort of everything permadeath in some way, even in games like it's not enough like for my character to be permadeath. If it's like you're playing a hunter like in WoW, if my pet dies, that's also permadeath, where the pet can't come back, right? Or something like that. So I maybe take it a little far, but that is all good. So now we have some little aesthetic cosmetics to go along with this too that I'll show off in a second. But basically the point was that, we introduced sort of this webcam format too. There's a lot of things I'm doing with this that I maybe wouldn't normally do, but I am nothing if not a fan of interesting formats. So I'm trying to stretch a window here for a second. Hang on. So what we're going to have here is, again, we were using the webcam to actually show the board. And that's maybe part of the impetus for why I'm doing this now. But basically, I'm going to show the physical board in addition to obviously what I'm doing on the website. And so that's nice for, just getting the visual feedback. And I've been doing it. So I introduced this 2 weeks ago. And then last week, I introduced my Permadeath chess challenge with the custom piece sets, like where every piece set gets 1 life, and then if I lose I have to move to the next one. So I did that just to introduce it there, but then that I'm mostly doing off stream and sort of recorded sessions that I do and things like that. So hey Nightmare, your chess progress throughout the years. Well, basically that is a good question. Okay, so when I was a kid I was probably like 1,000 rated player, and I was better than still most people I played, including adults, but then maybe I thought I was better than what I was. And then I pretty much never studied or anything, so whatever. I was probably around 1,000 to 1,200 there. Then you move on to when I streamed in like 2015, and I would play chess sometimes. In that whole period, I was probably about the same, although I was like 15 to 1,700 because obviously these sites weren't that competitive at that point. And then when I came back, I somehow was like only 1,000 again, whether because I was getting farmed by viewers or it just became more competitive. So from 2021, basically beginning of 2022 to the beginning of 24. So in 2 years, I went from like 1,000 to 1,500, like let's say on chess.com, or from like, I don't even know what I was on the chess, like maybe 1,200 to 1,600. So it's not really a good amount of progress, but you kind of get to a point where you realize that you have to study. And I just have hated the idea of doing it. I won't even use it as an excuse, right? Like it's my choice not to study. And so I still would say, I've spent 2 years on chess, whether it be in study context or play context. So it's still my fault. You should easily be like 2,000 plus in that amount of time and effort. But playing 1 hour to 2 hours a day, even every single day, which I don't even do that much. 1,000 as a kid, damn, if you didn't stop, you would be at least 2,000 right now. I mean, I would think I'd be a lot more than that. Like, fuck. That's like 20 years of experience. Obviously, I should be a lot more than that by then, but yeah, I mean, we'll still get there. But yeah, see, everybody's so impressed. Why is that a big deal? Why does it matter that, oh, you're a kid and you're 1,000? Like I'm 1,000 now, or I'm more than 1,000. Like I measure it in chess years, not in human years, right? Like kids aren't innately bad at it or better. You're 5 years old and you've played chess for 1 month, and so you're 1,000 just naturally by simply using your brain. In my opinion, anybody can just look at the board and be 1,000, even against these 15, 1,600 like players that we see here. Even if it's inflated, like on the chess, most of it is just, yeah, sure, you have to know openings a little bit, and it's become more competitive in that way online, at least, and stuff. But basically, you just have to use common sense and just kind of think about what you're doing a little bit, and you can get by. Only once you get to around 1,800 to 2,000, now people are getting better. And even then, sometimes I watch them and it's like not that impressive, but it's more so they're faster and they kind of have all these tricks in their pocket, like openings, traps, and stuff like that. So you could just kind of have to know openings as sort of an equalizing factor. But yeah, I love that. You could be the same person. Like, okay, somebody starts playing when they're 5, and by the time they're 7, they're 1,800. And it's like, wow, that's so impressive. Somebody starts when they're 25, and by the time they're 27, they're 1,800. Oh, so what? It's like they played the same amount. They put the same amount of time into it, but yet, oh, because you're younger, it's somehow more impressive. I kind of don't understand or like that standard, right? You're impressed by the sooner you know chess, the better, because the sooner you know chess, the better you will come. Sooner and the better you will be older. Yeah, I'm not going to say like, oh, I was a prodigy, even though I've kind of joked that in titles and stuff, but there is something to it. And you know what? Even a lot of these same things, I wish I had some games really to literally compare, like to see exactly my moves and stuff. I would like queenside castle and play like super aggressively. But like whatever it was, it would come a lot easier to me. So it's not like I played it even that astronomical of level here. So even if I played a little worse, or I think the main difference is just like I've learned some of these openings, even not by studying them, but by just repetition. I've seen them so many times, so I know how to react to them. Whereas there, I just would have no idea because I've just never looked at them or thought about them. So it just came a lot easier. That's one thing I'll say for sure. Now either like I overthink it, or I'm too slow, or I'm like cynical and like, oh, I just get bored and I'm lazy, and things like that you have to worry about, right? That life sort of breaks you down or beats you down, and you don't care as much, which none of that's an excuse. In fact, that's very antithetical to my whole way of trying to look at things and doing things. But if you're going to do it, you may as well make it count. So okay, so those are the key rules that I wanted to go over, just to be clear. If we draw, we technically win and we get to move on to the next spot, because the goal is not to beat them, it's to survive. So if I win, that bot's dead, basically. We move on to the next one. If we lose, I'm dead. It's over. We are done with the challenge. And if I draw, we also get to move on to the next one. And that mostly will come into play when it comes to the higher rated bots, because you might think like, there's no way I should be able to beat Ding Liren's bot, but I could draw him, and you'll see how, and I'll show you. But that's the point that we're trying to go for. Or at least I would have a better shot of doing that than beating him in any sense, in a correspondence context. But no, I've always said that statement. Like, if you really sit there long enough, why can't I play at a grandmaster level in a correspondence game? And the answer is I can. I just have to be super fucking patient. So I don't care if it takes 10 episodes. I don't care. Like, I'll literally take the piss. Like, every move, and I'll sit there and watch every single possibility, every combination of moves. Like, I'll show people how stupid it is. They're like, oh, a 1500 rated player beat Ding Liren's bot. Or somebody, 2500 bot, Benjamin Feingold's bot. And that's all it would take. You have to sit there for literally hours of your life, think about every move in great detail, and that's it. Anybody can do it. So I'm going to show that as part of this challenge, but we'll get there later. So I am going to pretty much cherry pick the lower rated ones. I won't go in any special order with it. So let me show off now my little webcam thing that we're going to have the board, and I want to make sure these two are sort of measured evenly. That seems to be relatively okay. I don't care if it shows a little bit of the background of my computer, but what it's fucking up is that thing there, right? So we'll have the display here. And again, we don't really use this account. I failed my chess.com official permanent challenge that I had done before. So like, technically this is just like a backup placeholder one to do basically three things. A challenge like this, obviously playing bots and doing some of the fun gimmicks on the site, playing like a variant like Chaturanga, and playing viewers and unrated games, things like that. But I can't make like a proper climb to try to ladder and improve my rating and things like that. So for all intents and purposes, I'm sort of banished from the site by my own volition, just because whatever, I'm so bad that I always fail my challenges on here. You have the nice visual of the board, and one thing I wanted to do is sort of like, we were introducing these other elements. I was doing this on a Wednesday stream, my Whatever Wednesday format, in order to basically I was doing my Kindle Scribe and stuff, so I was showing off all kinds of other things using the webcam. I had the Kindle Scribe there, and I was showing like all these other props, like a pocket watch to represent, like my interest in psychology, like, hypnosis or whatever, something like that. So the point is that you can have all these little props to show in other ways. So for example, we would have, like, I could put a stress ball to show like, I blundered, so now I'll squeeze the stress ball, and this will be like a in-person RP emote type of experience, or just all the kind of stupid stuff that plays into, I'm thinking like, this is how people would think, or these are the kind of things people would do. But you could have a stress ball every time just to deal and cope with the stress of playing chess, right? Just inherently. Or whenever you make a mistake, you have a stress ball, or you have like some kind of other props. Like, I could drink wine to show the elegance of it. I'd have a wine bottle and be drinking a bottle of wine glass, and be drinking it, and show how elegant I am and how smart I am, even though I'm playing 1500 rated garbage chess. Or it would be a case where, what are some other good props? Stress ball, that. We had the pocket watch, we had the Kindle Scribe. We could show liquor. I was doing this actually on there just to, just like you get to see what I'm drinking. So I actually do a little review before we start of one of these drinks. So this is like the Bailey's Mint one that I was talking about last time, or on the webcam thing. So it's like, I was just trying it out for St. Patrick's Day because it's like a limited time edition thing. But no, this is also like the stress ball idea that you'd say, I'm doing this to cope with the stress of whatever. You come home from a day of work and you're drinking alcohol, but no, you're really doing it to cope with the stress of fucking dealing with chess and how irritating it can be. But it's sort of like this living vicariously element. You get to see everything the person is doing. You can do emotes in this form. You can show what you're drinking. You can show what you're eating. I could do like a fast food review. And you might think, oh, this is all stupid. But this is this kind of stupid shit that has become popular in this day and age that I would always mock and criticize. Like, oh, fast food tier list and all this kind of stuff. Like, what point are we at in society that this is really what we're doing? But I don't know. So okay, so the point here, I don't know whether I should keep the audio. You know what? I won't actually keep it on. Like the desktop audio, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes it'll like be the sound of the piece moving and stuff, but pass up. Special offer. I don't know what that even is. Just.com games on a real board. Oh, you mean like this one right here, huh? Wow. Look how much money I'm saving myself by doing this. Oh yeah, I was also saying there could be like an upgrade system for the board itself. Like if I get to 2,000 rating, we'll upgrade from these shitty plastic pieces to, oh, we can use a glass board or we can use a better one, right? At every 100 rating we gain, we can upgrade it to another one. We'll use a Dragon Ball Z piece set, a Jurassic Park piece set, all these kind of gimmicks that we could change around in that regard too. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, we'll do a little review of something each time maybe. Why is it so stretchy? I don't know how else to really do it. I want it to be big, but I don't know how to do that without stretching it, honestly. We can play in a minute. I'm doing a... No bees. What does that mean? I don't even understand what that means. Yeah, but give me a second. So yeah, I can always do that to break up the monotony of the, it doesn't mean that just because I'm playing a bot, I can't take a break and play another game in the middle and things like that. But I will certainly take my time with some of the moves. Yeah, like a half-hour intro here, but this is pretty suited, and it's sort of representative of the style that I'm going for with this, that it is meant to be super methodical. And again, I won't do more than like one bot per episode. So even last time, it's a 600 rated bot, but you saw how much time I took with it. And if some of them go off the rotation, like some of these are that murder theme or something, whatever it was, like Madam Murder, and there's a whole set of those. If they go off, that's not going to count against me. Like, oh, I didn't beat them in time because they rotated them out. They get rid of some, they add some, whatever. Whoever's there when I'm going to do it is going to count. I don't really care, about it to that degree. Just we'll eventually get through all of them that we see there. We'll spend 1 day, 7 hours. Following for 2 years. Very impressive. Yeah, that's basically what I've been back for. Who is Stars? He's just a regular viewer from Australia. He's a mod. He's been here for a while. Although, I don't know if that's 1 day, 7 hours. No, what were you talking about with bitches? No bitches, Nightmare. What is that subject? Australia. If somebody mentions it, you get excited. So my friend lived in Sydney for a while, though. She said it's really nice, so it's a good a good city, at least, I'm sure. Or there's that one building that's always so iconic, like the Opera House or something that you always see. No subject, just a joke. Okay. What else do we have here? Oh yeah, let's do a little review on these things. So I could, on every webcam stream that I do, which mostly might just be on Tuesday, I've been doing it on Wednesday sometimes, but it won't always be like that. I could do like a review. So I could do some sort of fast food review, whatever I'm going to eat that day. So I'll literally do ASMR mukbang and eat the food and give a review on something I've never had before. Right, like, oh, every time I'll try like a different dish that I haven't had and give my review and show it and all this kind of hands-on stuff, some dumb modern content like this. So here we had this one before, but I'll properly review it. So this is like some limited times Bailey's mint flavor thing. So it's like an Irish cream. Of course, I'm not encouraging anybody to drink or whatever. You got to be the legal age, blah, 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 disclaimer. But I don't even like to drink much myself. I'm just doing it for the gimmick of it so I can show it off and RP like, oh, look how stressful chess is or something. Or you just feel elegant doing it. So this one was pretty good, and I have a predisposition to liking mint as a flavor. I always like mint ice cream and things like that. I like, York, peppermint patties, things like that. So I'd probably give this one like a 5-star rating. This is like my movie review self coming out. Because I just like mint, and it's smooth, it's good, it's not like overly sweet. People mix it with their coffee and things like that, even just regular Baileys, but this one's fine just even by itself. And you can't really taste the alcohol, even though it is only 17%, so I don't know how much credit it really deserves for that. So this one is pretty good. It'd be my first drunk stream, even though it would take a lot of this stuff to get you drunk. I've had this thing for like a month, and I still haven't finished it, like one bottle. So that shows you I really don't have very much of it at all. Where's the whole irony that like you would get a headache from not a hangover from getting drunk, but you would get a headache from the amount of sugar in this shit. Like it's so crazy. So I'll look at the other one here that I have, right? The strawberry one. So this one I haven't had. So this will be like an unboxing, opening it for the first time, right? Bailey's strawberry one. So we'll open it and we'll try it and review this one. Let's see if this lives up to the other one that was actually pretty good. I gotta give it a better showing here somehow. Let's have a little more of this one since it's my first time, like half a cup there. And again, don't drink, kids, but I mean, who really drinks anyway? I always make fun of it and they think it's dumb. Yeah, we show it, we open it for the first time, and then we will. First thing you got to do, you got to look at the color. So it's like a very light pink hue to it. We get the smell. A lot of you should always smell what you're tasting first because it gives you a sense of that a lot of your taste buds are influenced by that. What's my name on chess.com? Sydney's awful, really. It's like chaturanga only or something. Let me actually look for it. We've played before on here. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, how do you even see your own profile? The hell? I saw my picture for a second there. Oh yeah, here it is. Chaturanga only, and I was getting farmed by this guy doing some sort of cheeky opening. I can't even really... Illegally, you can't drink? Well, that's a good thing. And even when you can, it's kind of a waste of money. Do that without a face cam. I had an alcoholic cider not too long ago. It left a bad taste in your mouth. What is the legal age in Australia anyway? 18 or 21 is usually, I'm assuming. It could be something else. It could be 16. But yeah, this one is going to be the strawberry one. You know what it makes me think of, actually, is that line from The Mentalist where that's the last thing that Red John says in season 3 to Patrick Jane before he gets shot. He's describing his wife and daughter that he killed, hypothetically, even though it turns out to not really be him, but whatever. If it was him, he's describing them and he says, your daughter smelled like sweat and strawberries and cream. And then that proves that he was there and he knows about it, even though it technically wasn't him. So it's like this very powerful... That's the first thing I think of, just like it's an iconic line because it's something so innocuous. But the fact that he knew how she smelled that day, right? He must have known, oh, you had that shampoo. And so that makes him finally snap and shoot him because he thinks it's actually him. So whatever, that's just some random association that I like. But I could use that as like some sort of sound clip, just the way he says it. Bradley Whitford, strawberries and cream. But let's actually give it a taste and give it a proper review. You got to give it the smell. This one isn't quite as good. We're looking at like maybe a 4-star thing. Not really too bad in terms of the alcohol. I'm sure you could mix it same way. Got kind of a nice light flavor though. I like how it's not like overly sweet. I'm not the biggest fan of this flavor though, so that might be my bias towards, oh well, you know, you have mint gets a 5-star just because I like mint, not because it's objectively better in any way. Yeah, this one's not bad at all, but it's not great. So, and you don't really get the cream element. It's not any more creamy than, you know, this is Irish cream anyway, is what Bailey's is. But it doesn't have, it needs like more body to it. It's almost too thin. So I'll give it like a 4-star. Not bad. I don't know how else to describe this. I'm not used to doing food. I should do it like in turn, you know, review a movie, review a TV show, review fast food or something. But it's good. It's not necessarily heavy body enough. It's not even as we're seeing like an ad for food there on the bottom. It needs a little more body. It needs a little more weight. It's not overly sweet. It's not overly, you can't really taste the alcohol. That's how you normally would grade it, even if it is low percentage there. And so the thing is, I always pose that dichotomy. Like if you want something fruity and flavorful, just have like some sort of juice or other drink that isn't alcoholic, that just tastes good, or soda or something. Or if you do want to get drunk, then just have something high alcohol. Why bother with all these kind of fruity, weird flavors and stuff? So people get confused in this day and age where there's like a million flavors of different things that are just kind of weird. Alcoholic lemonade, hard solo. You don't like alcohol. You don't mind the age restriction. Yeah, I don't like it either, really. 21. Yeah, it's 21 for us here. McDonald's ad at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of those unless you buy premium, which I won't even bother to do. You like lemonade, but not alcohol. Or that's what you end up doing, is usually it's like, you'll drink something, but you'll water it down. So you'll mix it with lemonade, or you'll mix it with water, or you'll mix it with soda. So you'll do like Jack, Jack is a whiskey, so you'll mix it with Coca-Cola, Jack and Coke, rum and Coke, like Captain Morgan. Like that's what people do anyway. So if you're not man enough to just drink it straight, then why even bother doing it? But you're gonna water it down and then defeat kind of the whole purpose of it. You'd like this one, but if that's your choice, it's all right. Accept the challenge. Okay, 1 second. So yeah, this one was pretty good. So the mint gets the 4-star, or sorry, the mint gets the 5-star, mainly just because I like mint. The main flaw of the strawberry one is it should feel more like an actual cream, to the extent that more creamy texture and a little more weight to it. I do like the light, wispy sort of, not overly sweet element of it though. Yeah, we'll do a review like that of something maybe every time I use a webcam, unironically. I'll get like some sort of fast food that I was going to eat that day anyway, but I'll make a point to mix it up. That's the one thing that streaming actually encourages me to do in terms of games. It makes me committed to actually finish them, because I tell that story with like The Walking Dead Season 1. I had played that first episode like literally 10 times over the years, and I could never get through it, and I could never continue the game and finish it. Then when I do it on stream, I do it in one try, and then and within a week, basically playing it every other day, like my story game slot, I beat it within like a week, all 5 episodes, or like 10 days or something, right? So it motivates me to stay committed and actually finish a series, but it also makes me want to try new things, kind of like my Saturday format or whatever, or even all these gimmicks that I'm doing here, like the webcam and stuff. So like I would try some different fast food that I haven't had before, and then I'll review the dish or whatever at the beginning of one of these things. Vodka 4.5%. What the fuck? Alcohol will change the taste. Yeah, that's the whole beauty of low percentage stuff, though. It's almost like it's not there. You won't even know the difference, which can sometimes make it a little bit dangerous. Like, oh, you might drink too much and not even realize it. But, 4.5% is a fucking joke. That's like beers have more than that, right? Where even this, like beers would have as much or more than this one in terms of, the, Okay, so let me actually put this back in the fridge, but just the model. Yeah, that one's taking me like a month to have, and then we'll play Stars one game, and then we'll actually go to the next bot and decide which one we want to play. I just think that deserved an extended intro for the format, and obviously for the setup overall, and whatever just chatting subjects come up as a result of it. Yeah, this is an example of like using it as my AFK screen that I was talking about, but this position is a little bit difficult sometimes. Like it kind of hurts my back, and I have to, kind of reach over and stretch so much. So when I was doing the Rubik's Cube one on here on the Wednesday stream to try to, incorporate that, and I could show it, it really was difficult because I had to keep showing it constantly as I was doing it, and it was impossible. At least here, you make a move every couple minutes or whenever, right? And then you just show the move, and that it's not like you have to constantly be touching it. So the Rubik's Cube thing, I underestimated how difficult that would actually be to do. You're streaming kind of early, or tonight. Yeah, I wanted to give this one a little more time so that we can really take our time, which is what chess is all about. So let's see. I'll go ahead and challenge him. I didn't even see the challenge, actually. But what do we see here? No alerts. Here, send it again if you can, or I can always send it to him. We played him before on here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, at least we can live vicariously and show, like, oh, look, this is what we're drinking. Not that I want to block it, but just to realize these are the kind of elements that we're at, where it might seem strange, and it seems very strange to me, but this is what you see. Like Mizkif, what did Mizkif do? He would sometimes do like those Super Mario 64 speedruns and stuff like that, so at least that's content. But like a lot of the time he'd be around his house and just talking and sitting around his house and eating food in his house and like whatever, hanging out with friends in his house. Like, what the fuck is that? What kind of content is that? I don't care even if people do like it and they're watching it. What is this, a reality TV show? Like, you're just sitting there and Maya's there and whatever, whoever else, Mitch Jones is there. Mitch at least has musical talent, so he can sing a song, and he's actually pretty good in that regard. The glove, yeah, bootleg Michael Jackson. We have Michael Jackson at home. Michael Jackson at home. But I mean, it's only because I need one hand for the other thing, because I still have to move it on the thing, on the computer. Okay, let's go ahead. Play him one game. If, where is he? Is it that one? Okay, wants to play. You gotta make sure it's unrated so I don't break my format here. So this one I won't even use the board because I I'm not going to have time, and in fact, this is kind of fucked up. Why is the perspective like this? What the hell? It's okay if it aborts, then we'll re-roll and get white, so that gives me an objective advantage. I can't tell whether I should like use the desktop audio because I feel like that'll fuck something up. But just so you can hear the sound of the pieces moving, I guess would be okay. But yeah, I'm not gonna worry about doing the board for this one. For a 10-minute game, it's just not worth it. Even for a 30-minute game, when I was doing those, that's what this sort of started out as a little bit. Right, like, oh, I wanted to do classical games because I got to 1600 in rapid, so I was using that as a checkpoint. So let's go back to playing classical, which I was doing before. When I had gotten to 17, then I said, let's try to catch up in classical. This is on the chess. So then I can show it on the board. But then even that was difficult for me, and then I did pretty badly. And then I am afraid to play classical now because if I lose, I could lose my permanent challenge because I can't fall below 16 on the chess, and so therefore you're in a position where now I'm kind of back to relapsing to playing rapid anyway. This you don't even really want to do, and now I'm already playing kind of weird. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. It would be fine. Stream will be on mute. Yeah, like my commentary is really gonna be so insightful that it's gonna help you anyway. Now this would block that. It's almost like I should do this, but it's also a case where, see, like, this is a good example. Like, he's not a great player. Neither am I, obviously. But he'll play solid enough where you're not going to get like an easy win unless you really know what you're doing. And so it becomes kind of a farce after a while, where I'll display that principle too. Like, you can win every game or draw every game 100%. I can draw 100% of my games, and the only exceptions are when my opponent makes a big mistake and I lose because of it. Unless you're like literally 500, 600, 700 rating higher than me, you're never gonna beat me or you're never gonna beat anybody, because that's just the way that the game of chess works. And that's even true at the higher level, the mid level, the low level, like however you do it. If you just use your brain and your eyes a little bit, that's all it is. It's a draw fiesta clown show of a game, and that's just it. Why can't I fucking move that? We get the little arcade animation here, which is cute, but you know, it's nothing really too special about the site. A lot of people hate the site just because of the fact that it feels like you have to pay so much money or whatever to use what should be basic features or what are free on the chat. So I don't really have a strong opinion. Like, I always used to use the site, and I like it because of the player base is so active and just whatever. It feels like you can take the rating more seriously and things like that, but it doesn't really matter to me. The main reason why I don't play on it as much now is just because I fail every fucking challenge I try to do, not because of anything other than that. We may as well just do this one now, and the reason why is because he's probably going to do something stupid with it in due course, like just so he could take, oh no, he can take too many times. He would take with the bishop, I would take with the pawn. He would take with the knight, I would take with the queen. He would take with the queen. Again, I don't like to show the actual thing with respect to the arrows and things like that, because that feels like external help. I don't want to get spoiled by that, so I just don't use them at all. You go ahead, you pin it down, which is very irritating. That's a pretty obvious mistake that I didn't need to make, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of irritating. You have adequate cover here. I don't see what else would be the issue. If he takes, I take back. I really thought he would just move the pawn up. But see, like, I'm already getting lulled into a sense of comfort zone. The extent to which you're able to, be like, all these gimmicks and props. This is what it's going to be about. Ha ha ha! Look at the glove. Look at the, whatever. But what's a funny emote that people do? Like, whatever. I'm angry, so I make a fist. Haha! I sure blundered that piece. Botez Gambit. Wow. And then I'd have a stress ball, and I'd have a pocket watch, and I'd have all these fucking gimmick things. Like, this is what it's about, dude. So we'll go here, and then we'll just be forced to move it again, which is actually okay with me. So there's nothing really going on with this that's too crazy. Could just be a stale drawish position that we deal with. Now we want to put this somewhere where it's actually going to be useful. But there's one problem with that expectation, is that it's actually the knight that we're talking about. So how could I make such a mistake as to say that? It's never going to be useful anywhere, no matter where it goes. So here's kind of a bait trade move that's always my weakness. what you would do here is he would take with the bishop, I take with the pawn. Then he can't even take, but somehow it's still gonna fuck me over. Or even in the extent that you'd be able to you'd basically be able to push it out with the pawn, but if you do, I'll just take your knight and I'll be satisfied with that. So we'd both have an opposite colored bishop here to work with. But yeah, look at the long, winding journey I took as a child prodigy in chess, in whatever way that you want to call it. I finally returned to the game, but I don't just return. This is a long-form postulate in effect. I'm not going to just return, oh, haha, look at me. I played it a couple games on stream in 2015 in between my hard mode series, haha. No, it's like I'm going to literally, 2024, 10 years later, even after coming back the one time, I come back again and I'm doing it with a webcam, with a real board in real life. I'm going to get a FIDE rating. I'm going to come on IM. Like, this is what you do. Like, you don't just do it halfway, even though that is going to take me fucking forever to actually do. But that's what I mean. Like, you're doing it for real. You're taking it very seriously, even though the one thing I seem to refuse to do is actually study, which is going to come back to bite me. This is like a greedy move that you really shouldn't do because it doesn't really serve a purpose, but it's one of those kind of moves you do just as a filler to basically, you do it sort of as a filler move to effectively open the whatever, just to fill whatever. I don't fucking know. So what you wanted to do is try to take that pawn, but now you can't. And so now those pawns around the king side could become dangerous, but I don't know what to do with it. So we finished that one. I didn't really pour too much of it. I got a little bit of the strawberry shit left. I always used to hate to eat on stream, and I still don't really do it, but I did it a little bit when I had first come back, actually, while playing chess. In fact, that was part of the reason why I even played chess when I had just come back. I was like, she's double stacked on there, which I don't really care too much about. I played chess to take a break. Like, I was doing something more involved, like Luigi just mentioned super hard mode or something. And then I need a break, or I'm celebrating a victory over hard room or something. And then I basically, I have to eat something, but I don't want to stop the stream. I kind of want to keep it going because whatever, people are watching and it's exciting and whatever. I just need a little break and I have to eat something. So then I eat while playing a game of chess because it's easy to do it there. Or I could do a similar thing like in a card game, like on Hearthstone, where it's like minimal input, single button input interaction, things like this. And so you do that because I don't know what that move does, honestly. Like, he's covering the pawn, but I don't really care about the pawn. That's the thing. Well, I kind of care about it a little bit. But go here, it doesn't really do anything. You know, like, you would get a nasty check, like here. Like, you go here, he takes, I take. No, but he could still take with that, and it wouldn't even matter. But if he goes here, I could still easily take, so I don't really see the big deal. It's almost like you should move the king, and the reason why is because you're still in that diagonal with the light square bishop, and so that would have a certain relevance to it. But no, yeah, I need to eat something, so I'm going to take a break and play Scribble IO while I eat, or I'll play, not Chaturanga, chess, or, or Hearthstone or something. So that's what it's reduced to. Like, that's all chess is good for. Okay, fine, let's make this guilty pleasure move. But you see what a stale game this is. Neither player is ever going to make a mistake, and it's going to be a draw, and nobody's going to win, and it's going to be a waste of time. Chess in a nutshell, basically, and that's an objective fact, because that's just the way that the game works. And I hate to break it to you, but everybody tries to fight that notion, and nobody ever gets it. But I'll be the living proof of it, I suppose. Like, when has that not been true? Like, especially I'm sometimes too lazy. That's my problem. It's not that I couldn't do that, like draw or something, but I just don't because because I effectively just don't put forth the adequate effort that you have to do. So other than that, that doesn't really open anything else up crazy. If he takes, I can easily take, and I can give a check like on D2. This will probably help me learn notation too, looking at the board with it even written on the side. Not that it's not written on the sides too, but it's just not. That's what I got to simulate too. I got to practice writing. I'll have a little notepad and write the fucking notation. I don't know. Like how you have to write after every move in a classical kind of context. But yeah, I love that. Let's have a real life in-person correspondence tournament so you can go home whatever, play with your kids, come back, make a move, have sex with your wife, go back, make another move, go to work, come back. Like, what would be the point in doing it in person if you're gonna do it like that? You know what I mean? It's completely stupid. No, I don't like what he's doing on the king side. There's nothing I can really do about it, and the reason why is simply for the, now this could be a dangerous diagonal if I can open it up. But the problem is I can't open it up, and the reason why is because there's nothing really there. We're gonna ignore what he's doing for now, as if that couldn't possibly do me in or cause some problem. But we'll see what happens. So now it's gonna come down to either time or somebody just making a mistake, or somebody making a mistake because of time. But that's a fair part of the game. Look, dude. Look. I take with the bishop, the pawn. He takes with the pawn. I take with the queen. He takes with the rook. I take with the things. I don't know. I can't do the math. I would take a pawn. He would take a bishop. I would take a queen. I would take a rook. He would take a queen. So I'm down a bishop, queen. So basically, he loses a rook. I lose a... No, I don't... Wait, I don't know. Fuck. I take a pawn. He takes. I take. He... Wait. I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he... I can't figure it out. I take the pawn. Okay, bishop is gone, so I'm down a bishop. I'm down a bishop, then I'm up, then I'm down also a queen. So I'm down a bishop and a queen, he's down a rook. So like, okay, so then for fuck's sake, dude. Okay, I'm down a bishop, I'm down a queen, then I take the queen, but then he takes the rook back. So it doesn't actually seem worth it at all, but I'm just like overthinking it for no reason. It's like I wanted there to be something there, but there just wasn't. So now what the fuck do I do? It's just a waste of time. If he takes here, like with the en passant take, then I can simply take with the bishop, for example. So it doesn't hurt me at all to do the en passant. And now if he pushes the other pawn, that's fine as well on the other side on the f file, because you get to basically just take it back with no real recourse. You can even double take, so everything's fine. That's a good safe en passant bait move, because you get to basically that seems to be a very safe move. I don't see the problem. Now he'll push this other pawn in a very irritating way potentially, but I think I can deal with it. These kingside pawn pushes always ruin me, but this one is like very leisurely. Like he's just fucking around. He's not really, you know, it's not really a serious thing. Like you're giving him so much time, so much leeway to do it. It's like, who gives a fuck? Just deal with it. So now he'll take, he'll move it up. Then if I take, then it's bad. If I don't take, it's bad. So I have to cover that light square diagonal, maybe with the queen, maybe on e8. Like, come on, dude. If you change your game to one loud gamer, that might get you more views. Yeah, I certainly don't live up to the title anymore. Okay, we got to focus because of time, if nothing else. So what we have to do here, man, I never, look, he didn't castle. Like, it's the ultimate affront to me as a player that I'm so defensive minded that I just don't even fucking ever take advantage of anything. Let's bring this back and just wait for what happens. I don't know. It's just dumb. Like, this game is exactly the example. This is a 1200 rated game, but it's bullshit. Like, it's just trash. Wait, he fell down a lot. He was like 13 something along with me. We lost like 70 rating. What the fuck? He failed this permadeath challenge. He got to 1350 and then he fell below 13, so he has to delete his account, just like my incremental challenge works. Okay, dude. You push that stupid pawn. I don't really know what to do about it. I probably shouldn't take. So I let him take, or if I don't let him take, then he'll keep going and harass the bishop. But this is like basically my style of play. Like, just go ahead and do whatever you want. This is like the emote expression. Like, just what would the hand expression be? Like, just lay it on a silver platter kind of thing. Do whatever the fuck you want, because I'm not going to try, because I'm too lazy or I'm too apprehensive, and just fuck it. Like, it doesn't matter. Go ahead, sack a piece. I don't give a shit. Like, do whatever you want. This is a little cute play. Doesn't really do a whole lot, but maybe we can get a trade out of it. And so therefore you get to basically, he could take a bishop there, but there's nothing really crazy that he can do, or maybe there is, but I don't know. This is dangerous for me and many, many away, and not the least of which could be, wait, what the fuck? So he'll come down to here or something and mate my dumb ass if I do that. So it totally didn't come down to time or anything like that, just in case you were wondering. That is so fucking... And, like, the point is I didn't even have to still play it like that there, per se. It's just more like... Now I'd be compelled to take, but then if I do, I lose. And so is there nothing I can do with the rook that would actually make this worthwhile? And the answer is... apparently not, even though it seems very strange. Like, I can't even save it, or what? But no, didn't you see how he thoroughly outplayed me the whole game? Oh, wait. It was fucking even the whole way, because that's how the game works. Like, what the fuck? Even when you lose, you really don't lose, because... even if you move this, though, he'll do it sort of on the back ring. So that was an unnecessary threat that I obviously did there. I actually can't figure out what you're fucking trying to do here. Because if you do this, if you do that, then he can just take the rook, and then I lose too, right? Because you'll force me to take, yeah, like, why does he even need to play? Like, I can tell you already how the game works, because I can see everything. I just don't have enough time to figure it out, or again, I do stupid things. Let's use our one free analysis. Good game. One free analysis to do it. Like, it's a weird feeling that I have sometimes. Like, I want somebody to beat me, like, thoroughly. Like, beat me in such a way that, oh, I couldn't have done anything about it. But the only way that ever happens... Wait, how do I even analyze it? What the fuck is going on? The only way that ever happens is if they're, like, 500 plus rating above you. And even then, right, it feels like, oh, I could have done better if it was a classical game. Or something along those lines. So it feels completely throwaway. Like, that was a good, even game, but nothing really would have convinced you that... I don't know, it wasn't decisive at all. It was just, like, very stale. That's just... oh, look at that, 69. I did it on purpose. How the fuck do you even do this if you're in this sort of windowed mode? Like, I can't even see how the... Where's the arrows? Oh, there we go. Let's look at this one, and then let's look at the mad or murder thing. Yeah, sure, we can play that. Now your best for 75%. Yeah. You reviewed it. H5 was a bad move because you open up a file for the doubles for the sacked rook and queen, and the pawns can hurt your pawn defense. Yeah, it's just very it just didn't feel like there was anything in that game. And I say that from his perspective too. Like, if I was in his position, I wouldn't have done anything with it. There was nothing there. Like, I tried to get overly ambitious and cute at some point towards the end, like, oh, I'm gonna give the check and pin it down and unleash the bishop check and do something crazy, which is sometimes my mistake of, like, trying to make the game more interesting than what it is. Okay, that was a blunder. So, like, for example, how do I punish that blunder? With what? You go to here, and this would be the pivotal move of the whole game. So what are you supposed to do? It's not even telling me. So to push the pawn here, which doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense. I'm not sure I understand. If he takes with the one pawn... oh, shit. Okay, so if he takes with this pawn... wait. I don't even get it. Oh, if he takes with this pawn, I take here. And then if he takes with this pawn, I take here and then check and then take the queen. So that's a very... huh, okay, I can't argue with that. And it's see, I would say, oh, you can't expect me to see that, but it's not that hard to see. I just didn't think of it. Does he actually makes a blunder? This is what I love. This is what I mean, dude. See, I'm not salty like, oh, I lost. I lose games all the time. I don't care. This is what I mean. I lost this game in which he blundered this to the one, oh, he opens up my offensive structure, and oh, wow, look at him. He's sacking a piece. He's Levy, and he's, like, opening my whole thing, and I'm exposed now because he sacked a piece. But it's a blunder. It's not even a good move, but yet he'll win because of this, because this is how the game works. So what he did is objectively bad, and I fucking make a worse move, but what am I supposed to do here, then? That was a fine move. What am I supposed to do? Go like this. It's just too tempting to try to do that, like, where you... yeah, in other words, I'm I was even saying, like, oh, it should have been a draw, but look, I'm winning. I didn't have to do anything, and I'm just winning. whatever you do, like, I don't know exactly how you would play this position, but look at how bad my king looks, although I guess his isn't great either. But you're actually winning this. So the instructive thing is, even like, let's say I'm him and I won, I'd be like, wow, I played like a clown, and I can't get away with doing that unless I play an even bigger clown, such as myself in this case. Like, it's just not a good. That's so stupid. This goes to this blunder, right? So you're winning by a substantial amount, and then you do that, and then you basically just lose because you're fucked either way, which is pretty clear to see. And arguably part of that you could say is because of time, but again, that's why I should just take the piss and go for a draw. So we're not actually even using the board so far yet. It was a good move. I mean, just to the extent that, like, this is like my analogy on like low rated attacks. When a low rated player tries to attack, myself included, that's why I never try to attack in any game ever, as you can see there. It's never good. You don't know how to do it. You literally have to be Bobby Fischer, you have to be Judith Polgar, you have to be tall, whoever. Nobody knows how to attack. It's literally impossible to do. Nobody can ever do it, ever. It's just, you can't do it. There's no such thing as attacking in chess. You just sit there and do nothing and wait for the game to be over. Wait for your opponent to flag, wait for a draw to occur, that's it. That's literally how it works. And I'm not even being like pissy about it. It's like, it's actually true. The majority of games are going to end in draws. So in other words, attacking and mating your opponent's king is virtually impossible to do, especially in an even matchup. It just doesn't happen. Like, what does it take for a grandmaster to mate another grandmaster? And in fact, you never actually see it happen because they'll resign before it does, and it'll be like some sort of promotion, right, that it really leads to. Like, oh, they'll get a pawn to do some really elaborate pawn promotion path, and that'll do it. So that's still a legitimate victory, but it's like, it really is exhaustive, which you could say is partly to the credit of the game. What's your thing on here, Nightmare? I don't even remember. Send me a challenge. So let's do a 10-minute game against him, and then we'll actually do the bot. So this has been quite the long intro, but it's okay. Most of games are draws, our game history. I mean, actually, there's a number of times where I've drawn you and then you get upset because you say like, oh, look at that, he took a draw. I think we have drawn a number of them, but you are better than me by at least a little bit. I guess not so much anymore, but yeah, I'm talking more so about like evenly matched players. If we're exactly the same rating, then it should be a draw 100% of the time because it's just. But for the most part, he's been better than me, obviously, in this experience. Why is that ad in Spanish? I don't know. Yeah, we can play. Or were you asking him? I thought you said play me earlier to me. Because Spanish ads exist. Yeah, that happens to me sometimes too. I'll get like an ad in some random language. It's like I was watching an English video, or like even all these stupid ads that we're seeing here. Adults only award-winning voyage. Interesting. Explore the med. Okay, let's look for him on here. We're kind of stalling out this thing, but it's okay. So it'll be like an hour-long intro before, even more than that. How do you actually do this here? Or no, it's not even right. Yeah, it's probably just his actual username, Nightmare Rage. Okay. Oh yeah, and he has that cool icon too. Did you like make that yourself, or is that just some image from somewhere? Where it's like the face. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, and he has like multiple accounts too that look like exactly the same. 1 day ago, so let's go ahead and I don't add people on here or anything either. Just because I'm incognito. This account doesn't exist. It's just there for placeholder and challenges and things like this. We go ahead, we do unrated always. We got to be 1200 forever. And okay, so let's try to teach him the meaning of a draw because he always tries to argue that with me. But he's at least a little better. Like, okay, 1600, but no, that's not enough. Right? It should still be a draw. Why can't I live up to that? Like, sometimes I say it, but you know what it is? I just find it too boring. I don't want to play in such a boring, stupid way, but and then I have to remember, oh, I'm playing chess. So, of course, that's the only way to go about it. But at some point here, you are supposed to take. And so I guess that time is now. Fuck it. Even here, it's like I don't really want to. He takes with the pawn, so he has 2 center pawns, or he doesn't. He doesn't even do it. Yeah, why not take with the queen there too? It would just fuck it. Because you basically get to, you know, just trade everything to my liking, which sometimes he will do that. I can't tell if he's doing that just to whatever, sort of troll me, or but he really shouldn't, because like I should be about 1500, even 1450. Like I was already 1350 and I've at least improved a little bit, although not much. Like I'd probably 1450 to 15 now. I would have to be, no matter how much inflation there is. Like what, there's 200 points of inflation, so I'm 1600 there, so I'm 1400 here. Let's just go ahead and castle. He can't pin anything down, so I'm not even worried about it on that level. But that's one thing you notice against my opponents, whether they're viewers who know my style of play or not. Nobody ever, well, not nobody, but people often don't castle against me because they know what a non-aggressive clown I am, that I'm not going to take advantage of it. Like, he's attacking me. Like, shouldn't he just castle? And I guess he will here, but it's just dumb because I really don't take advantage of it. That's the thing. Now I see a potentially dangerous move if he attacks that one pawn on the thing, on the c7, but I don't know if he really can do that. It's just, the thing you got to realize here is he's not going to make any obvious mistakes, and neither should I. And so that's what I mean when I say the drawable nature. Like, what would it take for somebody to win here? Like, somebody has to make a big mistake, and nobody's going to, because we're both too good or whatever. It's so many things are obvious to see. Or like you say, that's when it comes down to the studying element, where you talk about like, oh, you would have to study and know this exact line of moves and all these kind of things and put so much effort into it, because that's the only way you're going to have a chance. But then if you do that, then you have to play an appropriately rated opponent where they have studied those things too. So then it shouldn't be so, like, that would frustrate me more than anything. That's why I even question my ability or my willingness to play chess in the long term. It's like, that's what you'll go to a tournament, you'll spend 4 hours in some kind of classical game where you get all these increments and extra time after 60 moves, 40 moves, whatever, right? And then you end in a draw, and it's like, what are you doing with your life? And then even in the best case, oh yeah, I get to become a grandmaster so I can make minimum wage that I can make working at fucking McDonald's. Like, what are we doing with our life here? And that's why chess players are so egotistical, because they need to get something out of it, because certainly that's not good enough. Or like, what do you call it? They'll be like very defensive because there's a lot to defend, because the game has a lot of flaws that people just don't acknowledge. So you could still do this stupid ass thing, but you shouldn't even bother. I don't know. Like, what pawn structure do I really want to go for? My patented little V shape here structure would be great. Let me guess. My knight's gonna somehow be a liability. Like this pawn has looked very dubious the whole game. It just doesn't look good. It doesn't look like it's going to be useful. I just don't know. Right, it looks like it can be an easy target for his knight. I almost feel like he could have already taken it, because like, how would I have covered it there? If he went to b5 with the knight, he could have probably guaranteed the take on c7, if I'm not mistaken. Your pawn structure so well, we'll see. Against a 1600 rated player. Let's see if he takes advantage of it sucking. Australia is a place made of I mean, that was the origin that people always make fun of, but that's kind of a tired joke. Like, that doesn't mean anything. That's one good habit of mine, actually. I drink like only water. I always used to drink a lot of soda, but I don't drink like a whole bunch of fruity juices and Gatorade and stuff like that. I basically only drink water like all the time. Now this could be potentially bad. And so now I don't know, because I don't know. If I don't take it, it'll be bad. If I do take, I don't know. But see, I often feel like you just have to take, because if you don't, what else are you doing? And so what you're going to have here is the ability to, if you take with the pawn, you're attacking the bishop uncovered. If you take with the rook, you're attacking the knight uncovered. So either way, you're going to have to cover something, and it could turn into something bad. I don't really know. My diagonal with the light square bishop could be very good here, though, because he has no pawns to really obstruct it, so you could put it on, like, if he takes with the pawn, right, you put it on c6, and then you're attacking very clearly into a mating threat, which he can obviously easily stop, but yeah, this is my 1500 mating idea. Don't be deceived by my 1200 here, because this account doesn't exist. But it would. This is literally 1200, 1500 rated players attack. Wow, I'm gonna attack with the bishop on c6 and the queen on g6. Wow, we're gonna mate him. Look at this. Like, are you fucking stupid that you would even try to do this? But what else am I supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know how to attack. I never even try to attack. Something bad is still gonna happen even when I do this, because of what a moron clown I am. Like, wow, we're posing mate. That's surely gonna work. He's really gonna fall for that one. Like, how stupid do you have to be to either fall for an attack like this, or even dumber to try an attack like this? Why would you even bother doing this? You could have never played the game in your life. You could be literally 3 years old. Like, it's not going to happen, but yet you still try it because there's nothing else that you can come up with because you're too stupid and uncreative like me. But the rook, but yeah, see those little cute unleash ideas, but I don't really see. I thought about that, but I don't really see where it would go that would be that big of a deal. You also need to solve your dinner habits, just like your yeah, that, I mean, that you have to just deal with fast food. I won't say it's not as bad health-wise, but it's not that bad money-wise as people think. Like, it's not that expensive when you split it up over a couple of meals and when you don't cook like me and all those kind of things. Like, oh yeah, he's really worried about this mate in one threat. Like, all he'd have to do is like, oh my goodness, raise the pawn. Like, I get too easily tilted by things that don't work, but I guess my definition of something not working is just how the uninitiated would think. Like, it might work in terms of a 10 move sequence that would eventually mate you, but you're just setting up for the. You shouldn't think like, oh, I'm posing mate in one and it's got to work. And no, you should think like, okay, now I'll move the queen up. He'll raise the pawn, then I'll move the queen up, then I'll do something else, then I'll put the queen on h3, then I'll be able to mate from there, or some, it'll be some crazy long-winded stupid ass sequence that will eventually result in you actually doing something with your life, but it's just not the way that it works. This is one of those cheeky threats on the queen that I always talk about. Like, you're just doing it to fill a move, but it also gives you the open file with the rook, which you could have taken at presumably any point in your whole game here. But let's see. We're expecting the pawn push onto e6 at some point here, and the problem with that is, yes, I could take it, but then he could obviously bring the bishop in and give a check that could be a little bit devastating. And of course, you have this knight that's uncovered and going to be a liability. Now you have to be a little creative and imaginative with what you tried to do here, for the simple fact that you're able to, you pose one threat and then that opens up maybe something else. He's double attacking there, and I am a little bit worried about this in the pawn perspective. And the reason why is because if he pushes that pawn, I don't really know what to do about it. That can be a little bit problematic. So I don't really know, but he pushes the pawn, and I have no idea. This would be a good move to involve the knight. Like, let me do something with the knight, and the knight's going to cover that square. But the problem is, it's just not going to. It's just completely useless. Could I put the bishop on d5? If I put the bishop on d5, he takes with the knight, I take with the knight. He takes with the bishop, I take with the bishop. He takes with the queen, I take with the rook. It doesn't look like you can do that. And this is one of those trade bait moves that always fucks me over, where there's no need to really do it. But he would take with the knight. I would take with the knight. He would take with the bishop. I would take with the bishop. Wait. No, I'm moving the bishop there. Then he takes the bishop, I take. He takes, I take. No, I'm missing one. I'm missing one element there still. I'd have to like double stack the rook, and I don't even really want to bother doing that. I don't really know, man. He's going to push that pawn, and there's nothing I can do about it. That's too bad. Like, really, what am I supposed to do here, man? I would take, and then maybe that check's not that bad. You can't really fear these things too much, because if you get to basically, he does it, I have adequate cover here. I have the ability to basically, do the fucking I would take with the pawn, then he takes back, he gives a check, but then it's fine. Like, what's he going to do? It's still going to take him 50,000 moves to actually do something. And the problem there is really that the knight is going to be uncovered. That's the real weakness in the position, as it often is, because the knight is just a weak link in general in the game of chess. That's a good game. You started playing, oh, the new one or the old one? Probably the new one. Home cooked meals are better, but I mean, we need somebody to home cook them then, and it's too much work. And I mean, they can be cheaper too. Like, where, whatever, if you go through the effort, but there's no price cost measurement for, can you even see the whole board here? I can't even tell if the whole thing is showing on, like, on the top white. I will assume that you can see it, but it may be just barely. The thing is that you basically have the ability to, I'm not even using this yet, just a cosmetic board. But no, it's, you get to basically use that for the bot game that we're presumably going to do at some point. But I mean, I'm not against viewer games. I just think sometimes they're not like super instructive or anything. Now, if you go into a position like this, you would be able to put the queen like on f3, and then you could try to mate, but then you still won't be able to mate because you'll do something else, and then you're kind of fucked, and it just goes on and on forever because it's just irritating. The one thing at least he won't do is like he won't raise the pawn because then I'll just take it. So now he brings the rook to the f file, then he can raise the pawn, but then it's already too late because the queen's already there. He can move the knight so that if my queen goes there, it's a trade. This is how you really have to think. This is how calculation sounds. Like, now I'm happy with that inherently already for the simple fact that you're able to, you know, you don't even have to do it, and I probably shouldn't do it. But, you know, the problem is, okay, he'll push, I'll take, and then he'll take, and then I'll take, or that knight is going to be a fucking liability. I just know it. It wouldn't even be that hard to understand, like, why it would be a liability either, but you just, if he takes, I take. I kind of want the cover. You know, I can't turn down the take, but actually I should turn down the take because now he's going to be forced to take. And the reason why is simply because of the fact that you're able to present the mate, so he has to do it. There's actually no other way out of this that I could think of. So now, beautifully, we get to do this, but we don't because then he takes there. So now that knight's going to fuck me up. Like, I'm just telling you now, it's a liability, it's garbage. It's just trash. It's uncovered, it's going to pose some problem. I don't know what it is. He'll, like, raise the pawn, then I take the pawn, then he takes the pawn. Then I have to move because I would be in check, and then he can take the knight. Like, it's not even that hard of a sequence to see. Like, why wouldn't he just do it? It's so easy to take the knight, exploit the weakest link. He's just not doing it. He's taking sympathy and pity on the knight for just being so shitty all the time. If he takes that, it doesn't really bother me. It all comes down to this one dinky pawn on e5. Like, this has been the whole fate of the game right here, measured by whatever we're doing here. I normally don't eat or drink anything actually when I'm streaming, because I just, in fact, I sometimes have a bad habit. Like, I won't drink water. I'll do like a 6-hour stream and I won't drink water like at all, or maybe like once in the middle. But it doesn't really bother me somehow, even when I talk so much like I do nowadays. It's like you're just doing it, and then when you're done, you can drink as much as you want. I'm not saying you should do that. In fact, it's probably pretty unhealthy, but it's when I get into what I'm doing, I don't even want to do anything else. Just do it once. Do what once? Okay, so just let him do what he's gonna do. Wait, he's down to a minute. I'm not gonna have any sympathy in terms of time. I didn't even notice that. Getting heated, he's actually thinking hard. So now you obviously have to take it, and then he would check, and then, you know, he's gonna turn it all around here, I bet, somehow. It's fucking stupid. You know what? I'm fine with that. That's perfectly fine. And then we take onto here. And then we just kind of relax and flag him because he's obviously Puggling on time here somehow. Now we just have to figure a way to effectively prevent him from taking anything easy. Like, how is he going to win? Like, I'm going to challenge him. Forget about a draw. You're going to flag before the draw happens. And he can say, oh, he's cooking food like he always says. But, like, he's also at least 100 rating better than me. So that's his odds, the cooking odds that he'll always say, or he'll beat me with the knight in the endgame. Well, let's indulge him with 40 seconds left. Like, I don't really care, dude. I'm slow. I'm garbage. I'm losing to fucking 1200s. So I don't want to hear anything, but we got to commit to whatever side he's doing, and we have plenty of time to think about it. But I guess the double-edged sword of that is the simple fact that you're able to look at it like the more time you use to think, the more time he's going to have to think too. And so therefore you're able to, you know, whatever. It's just a problem sometimes. And so I'm doing these just to kind of think like, whatever. So we use this as like an anchor pawn position, potentially good aesthetic structure that we have going on. And so now I'll actually vacillate the king. And the reason why I'm doing that is because the king is going to be the anchor point no matter what you do. So you're not going to be able to do anything with the knight because it's just a garbage piece and you already know it. So you move that quickly. The king is within one room, one step reach of this. Now it becomes very hard to do anything with the knight because that's just the nature of it as a piece, but you're not going to get like a threefold repetition or something on me, are you? He's going to keep moving it up, and that's kind of cute, but so what? Like, what does it do? Is he going to like actually go into there and attack both of those together? But this is actually covering both. So what a beautiful spot for the knight, because you can't really do anything about it. Or rather, what would allow you to do something about it is the simple fact that you're able to push the king out, which you could do maybe here, but then I could maybe still do it. If you go to here, what can he actually do? He still can't threaten the knight. Okay, so what does that do though? I just don't want to get a threefold repetition. That's my only objection to this. I can't really move that. I don't really want to move that either. That's an interesting move at least. So he would take the pawn, but then I would obviously do that, which now I can't even do. So now, what could he possibly do? He gives another check. We go into here, just keep abusing the weak link that the knight can be. That one's fine. I don't even care really if he takes the pawn at this stage. Let's actually see what he can do. And so now we'll try to eat up on this side with the 1 second left that he has. We'll try to... He's actually going to promote and just win here. So I went on time. I don't really want to hear any excuses, but I was trying to more so illustrate what a great game. We should analyze it together. Oh, wait, you have to pay $15.99, whatever, premium thing, because I already used the one analysis thing there. Would like to chat. What did he say? Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, I'm talking to somebody too. Everybody, in fact, on stream. But good game. Yeah, I mean, it's not like him to flag, though, at the very least. But the point is, it could have at least positionally been a draw, so I'm okay with that. But yeah, now you know how it feels to stream. I don't feel like that was a horrible move, make a home-cooked meal. I don't feel like that was a particularly good game, though, by me. Like, I didn't do anything crazy. I'm even mocking that one threat. Okay, now let's actually do the bot that we've been building up to. And we don't have to finish the game. I want to take my time and enjoy this, but let's see which ones are actually here now. Oh, did they already replace it, though? That's lame. They replaced the Madam Murder set that they had. Whatever, that murder mystery shenanigan theme, right? Now they have generations, they have coaches, they have adaptive, they have beginner, they have intermediate, they have advanced. They have master, they have athletes, who Daryl Morey is not an athlete, he's a GM. Analytics guy, perfect for chess. Then creators and top players. Benjamin Feingold. Like, I'm obviously going to cherry pick to the extent that I don't want to fuck around with these higher rated ones. Let's see who this guy is. 500 rated Lee Boomer. Lee has been playing chess for close to 50 years. How will you fare against the wizened wizard of the board? Really, 50 years. That's a very interesting flex for somebody who's 500 rating. But I guess maybe he's seen better days and this is just his low point. I have no idea. Let's go ahead. We'll play this one. And we'll do it no help of any kind. I play as random. Or was I saying that I should play as black? No, I think random is fair. Like, I should always be black just because my grandson told me about you. I'm ready. Who the fuck is your grandson? He watches my stream. I'm ready to play. In my day, pawns had... Oh, here we go, dude. In my day, pawns had to go down the board twice to become a queen. Had to go down the board twice to become a queen? What are you talking about? You should... Better joke would be chaturanga. They used to be royal advisors. In my day, the queen was worse than the knight. Imagine a scenario where that happens. The queen trade, you were completely winning. Really? Okay, let's get immersed in this character. Yeah, the sense of personality where it gives you a couple fucking random text boxes. This is my King's Indian permission thing that I do whenever they don't do anything. Pretty much the only thing they can do to stop me. Did you know that I met George Washington when I was a boy? I thought he was going to say George Bush. Okay, you're so funny, dude. Okay, boomer. Ha ha ha. So he's just not doing shit, so I don't really give a fuck. But I was actually being much more instructive in the other game. In fact, I'm already getting a little bit... But it's the opening, and you should know openings by heart. So now you could make a nice little cute move. You could go like d5, because then you can take and open the king, which is the thing I'm a big fan of doing, even though I'm not aggressive. Just kidding, I'm not that old. Get ready to lose Sunny. Yeah, if I lose this, I shouldn't just have to delete my chess.com account or end this challenge. I should have to end my whole streaming career, because I'm an even bigger clown than what I thought I was. So now here you just go, you attack that, pretty basic. But no, I like the way I was explaining the other one a little better, because I was being actually super instructive and patient. Or here's the one element that I'm forgetting. Let me use the fucking board that I went through the trouble to set up. Let me try to figure... I see, like, I'm already impatient. Maybe it's because I've wasted so much time playing those viewers, which I don't mind doing. I'm just saying, like, now I'm like in a rush or something, which I shouldn't play like this. Okay, see you later. Okay, let's actually go through and use the board. We've been looking at it for over an hour, and I haven't touched it once, but that's because those rapid games are too fast for me to handle. Let's just take our time. So this is a basic opening. Like I said, the King's Indian permission is given to you by the fact of... Okay, let's go here first. Hang on. Okay, you have the d5 simple move. Let's go back and analyze the game up to this point. This is how we want it to be. We're playing chess like it's a story game, right? We have to go through all these bots. The problem is they keep changing them, because I only do this once a week, so like how am I supposed to keep up? Or maybe that was just an odd time, like the Madam Murder set and whatever that murder mystery thing was happened to be going on for a while, but just when I started this, it was maybe close to finishing anyway, something like that. So let's retrace the moves here, even though this is technically cheating, because you... I guess maybe not in correspondence, and maybe not against a bot, but it would be cheating, like, oh, you can't look at a position that's not actually on the board, but at least if it's a position that was in the past, it should be fair, not just like, oh, I want to see some variation that I can't imagine in my head, so therefore I'm moving the pieces around on the board physically to kind of calculate for me. Because then you realize that's all calculation is. If you could move around the pieces on the board freely, you could see every variation, even if it would take you a while. It's much easier to picture it that way. That's why good players see the board in their head, and we see all these kind of tropes. What do you mean, okay? Why is he saying okay? I should be saying okay, more like okay, boomer. Fuck's sake. No, the one line from that song that's actually very impressive is, I must say 10-4 dinosaur. That's actually a really great line. Because like the okay, boomer thing we know, but then when you go to actually hear the full song, that's a very, very great line. Because like 10-4 means like whatever, right? 10-4 is like some slang lingo for whatever, see you later, something like that. So I must say 10-4 dinosaur as a rhyme, as a piece in that song, is actually a brilliant fucking lyric. That's the one that deserves credit, not just the okay boomer thing, which is pretty basic. So let me think. Okay, let's actually go through the moves. So what did we do? He did... he's making such weird moves that I can't even keep track. He did a4, I think. Right, so if he does a4... I mean, I could just recreate the position, but I kind of want to do the order. Then I ignore it, and I just go for the knight. Save the best pieces for last, so I always move the knight first. Right, so we go for the King's Indian that he gives me permission to do. And the reason why he gives me permission to do it is because the only move that prevents me from doing it ever is if he goes e4. If he goes e4, then I'm afraid of it getting bullied on e5, right? And so therefore then I'm able to have to match it with my own by going e5 myself with the pawn. Every other scenario, every other opening ever in the history of chess, I go King's Indian, I go, you know, knight to whatever, g6, f6. I don't fucking know notation, dude. All right, so we do that. So we're continuing the King's Indian trend here. And then the worst thing you could do is you can bait me to try to do something other than simply playing defensively and castling, which he kind of does here. Because like, oh, I want to take the knight and then open the king, thereby, you know, oh, you know, we take the knight and he has to take with the pawn on g2. And that just always seems like you're double stacking, and it creates like an awkward position for him, and that can be very good. That's like one of those in-between things that I specialize in a lot of games, actually. I'll go for something that isn't obviously, like, how can I say it? If you go for something that's like, oh, you're going to win the game because of it, or like you're going to take their queen or something like that, that's never going to happen because people aren't going to let you do that. But getting like a little minute advantage like that, sure, he's not thinking about that, he's not worried about that, oh, I might open the king pawn. You're not really up material. It's not really that great. It could maybe be used as an attack against you too. He'll put the rook on the g file and turn it into an offensive thing. So it's not that great. So that is like a psychological thing that I do in a lot of multiplayer games. I won't go for the most obvious advantage, like, oh, I'm trying to just win the game, or I'm trying to just beat you. I'm trying to do some minute little thing to gain some sort of minor advantage and then feed off of that, and that might help me win because people aren't guarded against that minor advantage the way they would be in the larger sense. So in a game like chess, that actually makes a lot of sense. I'm not trying to win a piece. I'm trying to do this minor little dinky thing that might give me an advantage, but that you wouldn't care about as much. Whereas if I just go to try to win the queen or win the game or mate you, right, you're obviously not going to let that happen. You're going to be much more on alert to it. So there is something to that element. The only alert this guy's going to have is life alert, though. Am I right? So what do we have here? Yeah, this is the closest thing to a story game I have going on as a series now, since I always used to alternate between, you know, one day would be a hard mode series, one day would be a story game, but I haven't been doing that in a while. And I guess Arc is kind of like a story series, at least how I'm playing it, like very slow, but or even that WoW playthrough was kind of like that because I turned it into like an RP playthrough. This is like an RP playthrough of chess, I suppose. What we can do here is we can kind of just retrace the steps. I don't like how I started this game, though. I was already being sort of salty and impatient, just like, I don't want to fucking do this. I'm bored already, but let's just be disciplined. Like that's what this should teach me, is both time discipline, even though it's the wrong kind of time discipline, that you're getting too comfortable and taking too long. But it's like it'll teach you to play the game the right way. You have to take as long as you want, and we're going to come to find out that I played like my best game ever last time against Madam, or before last time against the Madam Murder chick. And the reason why is because we get to, again, do it like this so instructively, where you're thinking through every little thing. But when we play better opponents, we're going to get into these deeper variations, like where I'll actually go through every single move possible to play on the board, and like 50 different things, because that's what we're going to have to do to beat the better opponents. But we are going to stall that out for a while. I don't want to deal with that right now. So we're not going in an exact order, whether it be alphabetically or anything, top to bottom, or even like we're not going through whatever, lowest rating to highest rating. We're just kind of going with whatever. But for now, we're in sort of the under 1,000 bracket, just for the sake of whatever. We played like a 600 last time. Now we're playing a 500. The thing is, if they keep changing them that often, then I'll have to just skip some of these or whatever, because I don't want to always just do the ones at the top. Although some of those are higher rated too. They're just kind of like, you know, there'll be a whole set. Like the Madam Murder thing, there was like an 1,800 and a 2,000 as part of that set. But I obviously just started with the lowest one. Okay, so where are we at now? We were going to do the King's Indian, and this is as far as we've gone. Right, on my side, now we just pushed the pawn to d4, right? Or d5. But before we do that, he pushes his pawn, or he, first of all, has moved his knight. Look how much trouble I have even simply recreating the moves that have already took place. I can already tell you now. Like, pretend like I'm coaching. I'm coaching him. He's a 600 rated player who's not as good as me, even though I'm not good at all. Right, but this is a true, genuine thing. right? Then I'm trying to help him, right? Moving the knight there is a bad move. Objectively, it's terrible. You just should never do it, because all it does is it allows you to do exactly what I do here, which is now you're threading it in a way that's going to be awkward, and you're going to have to move it around or cover it in some other way. It's possible that you could go pawn to g3, and the reason why is because now you're covering with the bishop, and so now it doesn't mess up the pawns, but you kind of already messed up your pawns, because I don't know if that structure is really good, because you went, now you'll have a pawn on h2, g3, f3, so I don't really know what sense that makes. And so the point is, like, what good does the knight do on h3, right? There's probably no reason to ever do that. It's bad. It also corresponds to your bad pawn structure, like on f3. Why did you even put that there? I have no idea. It doesn't open anything. Unless you're going to move the knight now back there, then it might make sense, because, okay, so now he goes with the pawn on, what is it, c4. And so let's try to retrace the exact order of these moves. Like, I'm even confusing myself now. How did I... Okay, I've done it out of sequence, because whatever, this should always match the position now. So basically all I did was I went through and it's kind of hard to show the notation and like the order of moves on there, but whatever. We could always scroll down, but I'm too lazy to do it. He started off and he moved... Okay, his first move was like pawn to a4, which is a terrible opening move too. You want to focus on the center, so you want to do one of the two center pawn moves as white, right? This is a basic chess principle. You want to move one of the two center pawns, whether it be, you know, e4 or d4, right, are two very common opening moves. So you should not worry about the outside of the board. You do the exact opposite, in fact, of you can't even use your age as an excuse here. The boomer guy, like, oh well, in my day, chess theory wasn't developed yet. I'm literally Paul Morphy, but you could still be better than fucking this shit. But yeah, you want to have a bias towards the center at the beginning of a chess game, especially as white. And so he should have moved either e4 or d4, just as a basic instructive sense, right? The center is important, the outside of the board isn't as important, so that a4 move is already bad. Then I simply ignore what he's doing, because like I said, the only thing that prevents me from doing the f6 move, which I'm not saying that's even the best, but in fact, even as black here, you could have a precedent to, I want to take the center pawns myself. Take the center by moving the pawns early, because he's giving me the precedent to do that, because he's moving this outer pawn like a clown. So if he moves a4, you probably could just go e5, or you could go d5 yourself and just ignore what he's doing, right? And so he goes a4, which is just a bad move, obviously. You don't want to worry about the outside. Like, let's try to rationalize and explain why it's good or why it's bad, though, even in my limited understanding. This is a good way. Sometimes the best way to learn something is to try to teach it, even if I'm teaching it like to myself or to this imaginary AI or whoever might be watching me right now. But like, it is relevant, because let's take a step back from all my elitist victim blame or cynicality that I always do, that I always swear by, and you know, that's my whole identity in streaming. For better or for worse, I always do embrace that, even though I'm not as good at hard modes and permadeaths and world first shit that I used to do. The point is that I represent meritocracy in that sense. I don't have to be good at something to have high standards in it. So in other words, like, unless you're literally Hikaru or someone like that, you don't deserve credit for playing chess. So I don't deserve credit, and nobody should be watching me because I suck and I'm a clown. But if we take a step back and look at this Alex Botez effect and the clown show that ensues because of it, well, she's top 1% in the world, or oh, she's a 2,000 FIDE player, or not even anymore, sub 2,000 FIDE. So it's like, I could use that same king of the sandcastle, queen of the sandcastle effect. Like, well, I'm better than 60% of chess players on the planet, probably. Whatever, 1600 on the chess, or 17 in classical, or 14, 15 on here, that I'm sure I could be. So I'm better than 60% of people. So wow, those 60% should really watch me, and I'm so instructive, and I should teach them. And I'm mocking the idea, because they could obviously be better than me if they just studied, or if they just put in the time, or if they had played as much as me. So I don't really take that seriously. But for people who are so inclined, I could use that as a crutch. Well, I'm still better than them, so what I'm doing is actually meaningful and instructive. Even though, again, I swear by like having higher standards, like, no, this is garbage, I'm a clown. Everybody who watches me or who would be informed by this is also a clown. But it's just, you know, I'm never going to lower my standards. So even though I'm bad, I'm not doing this experience for any reason other than, like, you know, I wanted to have this experience because I'm almost 30 years old. So if I don't play chess now, when am I going to do it? Right? This next 10 years is the only last chance I'm going to have to reach my peak or to see how far I can go. So that's why I did it. It has nothing to do with anything else. So if I'm streaming and if I'm playing chess, I may as well combine the two, but I don't feel like I deserve anything for it. Now that might seem like fake humility, but it's like, I'm not going to, say no to it. I've had a lot of support and a lot of viewers and things from it, but I resent that whole idea. And so, like, in a way, oh, maybe the bow test effect and stuff like that motivated me to do chess this much, or this whole whatever chess streaming culture being such a bigger thing now. Just like, but for the other reason, like, I don't want to do it because, oh, I'm benefiting from that, and oh, look at me, I'm doing face cam and IRL stuff and whatever. It's the opposite. Like, I want to show, like, okay, this is what we can do. We'll become a grandmaster on stream, and it'll be like the Truman Show of chess, where we show this is what it took to get there, and anybody can do it, but it just took a long time, and anybody can study, and it's just that's what it should be about. But that is what's sad about it, is that we often lose that. And maybe it's a modern society thing, maybe it's something else. I sound like a bit of a boomer myself here, but it's just, there's some element to it that, like, you can be objective, right? Like, you can say, okay, I'm bad, I don't deserve credit, but you're still doing it because you have to start somewhere. And again, doing it on stream is maybe the one questionable factor. Like, well, if you're going to do it anyway, okay, I may as well stream it, but it's almost embarrassing. It's almost shameful that you would display this, but it also maybe holds you to a higher standard that, like, if you're going to put yourself through this, take the time and effort to do it and display it to the world, the whole world gets to see what a clown you are. So either you'll be embarrassed or you'll have to live up to a standard so as to not be embarrassed. So you can sit back and see, this is how a grandmaster is made. On this day, this random April 2nd, 2024, this 1200 rated, 1400 rated random clown player sat here and played a boomer bot and talked to himself for like 3 hours, and that's how they become a grandmaster, because it took years of doing that, of getting themselves immersed and using these custom presets and listening to music and whatever, interacting with viewers and playing them and doing all these things. And then you can't question my methodology based on the results, right? So the results will be like, oh, however far you get is going to be validated because, that's what matters. But you have to actually do it. And the immense amount of studying that I'm going to have to do is what really bothers me. But I do feel like I've done something good that I haven't fully done it, but like, I've taught myself some element, like, okay, it's just lower rated chess is like all effort. If you just really think about what you're doing, you can always get by, even up to 1600 rating. You don't have to really still know what you're doing, or you can equalize a little bit in the opening, just don't lose to opening traps and stuff like that. But if you can do that, then you can do anything, because now if I study, that should get me to 2000, because people do it the opposite way sometimes. They'll study first and they'll know openings and things like this, but then they won't put forth the effort, they won't calculate and things like that. And so now they'll be 1500 because of studying, and then they'll miss the other part. I have the other part to some extent, and now I'm missing the studying. So if you combine the two, you should be basically a 2000 player, at least on these websites, which I'm sure isn't entirely accurate to real life, but we'll have to get to that later. USCF/FIDE kind of shit that I've never had a rating in. Or that's like one disingenuous way that I don't like how people talk about. Like they were saying with Elon Musk or somebody else, but you'll say like, oh, they were pretty good as a kid, and then they'll say, oh, what was their FIDE rating? Like, even I would say that, like, oh, maybe I was a child prodigy and I was better than these adults I would play. No, I didn't have a FIDE rating. I didn't play over the board. I also didn't study. I also didn't know openings. I didn't know anything. That's not the point, right? When you say that, you're saying like, okay, you were better than other people. I haven't played the game much. They haven't played the game much, but yet I'm better than them. That's all it means. So it doesn't mean that, oh, you could be a grandmaster and take it that seriously. That's almost like an entitled chess player perspective. Like, well, weren't you going to tournaments and weren't you reading books? And not even saying you couldn't do that, or it's not always a money issue. It's just a time issue. But it's like, no, you weren't that into it the way that these people are. And who knows how far you could have gone. But it just means that on a raw level, it's like you're both playing for the first time, or you're both playing, you haven't played a lot. You're playing early on in your experience of the game. And yet one person is better or substantially better than the other. So how do you explain that? There's some innate improvisational thing that might not seem like it means a lot, but you can't defer to that. Oh, what's your FIDE rating? Like, nobody's going to have a FIDE rating. That's not what it means when you say, oh, you're good at something, or, you know, you're good at a young age or something like that. That's like an overly defensive clown way that a grandmaster would try to discredit something like, oh, Elon Musk said something negative about chess, so now we'll attack him as a kid that, oh, he didn't even have a FIDE rating. That's not what it means to be good at something, right? Like, that's so idiotic, but that's what it means to like be committed in a, I don't know, in a different way. Because like I don't know, it's just dumb. Whatever. But no, he triggered everybody. Like, chess is a simple game, and from a technological standpoint, sure, like whatever. There's plenty of more complicated games that you could never make an engine for because they're just anything, for example, that occurs in real time. Or like Polytopia. Is there an engine that can solve Polytopia for the best objective thing? Probably there is, but there's just so many more squares on that board than I actually did play that, and it was pretty good for my little, you know, Saturday format that I do. The game that makes chess look like checkers, I called it. So all these little fucking things, but no, I kind of like that. Okay, so now here we get, although I kind of got my ass beat in it, but that's no different than chess, I guess, overall. So now what position were we in after that? We were looking at the initial base moves. So that's really what this is. This is like a self-instructive experience that you're trying to really rationalize everything and think it through. So what at least you shouldn't see is you shouldn't see like any obvious mistakes being made. And the reason why is because you're looking at it like, you know, in such great detail. I won't say that I'll always make the best move, but we'll get to that deeper level calculation a little bit later. But see, even that mentality is wrong. They're like, oh, I'm playing the opponent, not the position, because oh, I can get away with not thinking that hard about it because he's so bad or whatever. So now, yeah, age has nothing to do with it in either sense. Like being older, I mean, to an extent, yes. But if you played your whole life, like Vishy Anand, it's like, oh, he's so impressive for his age, but he was impressive, period. So it, you know, it makes sense that if he stays committed and he keeps studying and playing, you know, sure, he's going to decline a little bit, but it's like where you're declining from. You're one of the best players of all time to now you're still just a very great, you know, super grandmaster player. So that's a little bit different. It has nothing to do with, oh, if he started playing now, he would be this good. No, that's not what it means. So even when people say that, like with, oh, Benjamin Feingold, he became a grandmaster at like age 40 or whatever. He became at a very old age, but he had been playing his whole life. It's not like he just suddenly started playing and he's like an adult learner. He had played when he was young. He was an exceptional player, you know, by age 20, whatever it was. So you can't really measure it like that. If somebody genuinely this is a good adult learner sort of experience. I might be the first adult learner ever to do this, actually. Like, I would start when I'm 27 years old, and whatever little I played before that, I don't see how it really counts, because you're starting at like literally 1,000 rating to 1,500 rating. So it's not like you have a great whatever I had done before obviously didn't help me, because like I still suck. But then depending on how far I go, maybe nobody's ever become a grandmaster under this circumstance, or that's at least how people talk about it. Like, not even saying I'll become one, but just like they always say, oh, adult learners can't do it, or this or that. Part of it's because of time. Adults don't have as much time. They have job, work, responsibilities that maybe kids don't have. Part of it is because of the advantage of time, too, that you get to start earlier. That, you know, you could have played 10 years and you're only 15. Whereas now, if I play 10 years, I would be like literally 40. So that's a little bit unfair as well. So okay, let's see where we are. So we criticized his outer pawn move. We should have taken the center with the pawn potentially. I go for the King's Indian move. Everything there is basic. So now we pose this basic threat idea. And the reason why is because now we push the pawn to... Let's try to retrace once more. So he goes a4, therefore not a center pawn move. So I can afford to move my knight because he's not going to push it out with the pawn like on the e-file. And then he goes f3, I think, at that point. And then that's just a completely nonsensical move. It doesn't serve a purpose. It doesn't help you develop. Not only does it not help you develop, it actually hampers your development because now you can't put the knight there. So what? Like, now your bishop's blocked inside between that triangle structure of G, F, and E, right? Like, those three pawns there are not at all going to allow you to move the bishop. Or, I mean, you can eventually, but That's just a bad move. It doesn't let you develop. It's pointless, right? So he made multiple bad moves here, as you would expect from a 500 rated player. But now at this stage, you're looking at it like, okay, so I'm ignoring what he's doing. I move the pawn to g6 so that you can move the bishop and complete your king's Indian castling structure. And then at that point, he moves finally the knight to h3. So now this is another pivotal mistake that he's making here, where you move the knight to h3. And now, again, not only is your development bad because of the pawn on f3 that prevented it from going there, so you're kind of, one bad move leads to another, but what it enables you to do is it enables you to basically, again, now if you open the bishop, now you can attack that, and the knight has nowhere good to go because it's just going to kind of dance around the whole game, and it can just be too much of a liability and get pushed back. You should almost treat the knight sort of psychologically the same way as you treat the queen. You don't want to move the queen too much in the opening, the same way that you don't want to move the knight too much in the opening, aside from getting it off the back rank just to develop it. And the reason why you don't want to do that is because it can get pushed around too easily. The queen, because it can't trade for anything, otherwise it'd be trading down except for the other queen, but the knight, because it can't fight back except against another knight. So if a pawn attacks it, it can't fight back. If a bishop attacks it, it can't fight back. If a queen attacks it, if a rook attacks it, if the king attacks it, it can't fight back. So it always has to run away. So it's just not a good piece objectively, and so you just shouldn't try to do this. Whatever he could be potentially trying to do is just not going to be good, and it's just not going to work. So I make an ambitious, aggressive sort of pawn move here to the center. Now, this is buffered by the fact that, okay, he hasn't taken the center pawns. He hasn't moved the E or D file. And so when I say take, I'm not saying like take as in the Hikaru take, like, oh, he's going to capture. I'm saying he hasn't taken the center with his pawns. If he had moved the E4 or D4, now I'd be much less inclined, at least just personally, to move my E or D pawns, or at least I wouldn't double push them to this fifth row. And the reason why is because I'm basically conceding that, oh, I'm black, I'm at an objective disadvantage. You can have the center pawn control if you really want, right? I'm just letting him have that. But because he didn't take that at all, now I feel like, okay, I'm doing two good things on this move. I'm moving to d5 because I'm opening the bishop to attack his knight, right? And so therefore, if I do that, I open the king, I double stack his pawns. The pawns end up on, obviously, h3, h4, or h2, h3. Right, so that is good for that reason alone, and my bias towards trading, which we'll get to that later, but just generally, I always like to trade, period. But here, it also allows you to take the center, right? And so now he responds by doing an outer pawn move. Now, that outer pawn move isn't bad here, and the reason why it's not too bad, well, here, there's a few things you can think about here. You could just take the knight, and then you would think he would have to react to that first. So that issue is solved. Like, you've opened his king, you've double stacked his pawns, you've kind of fucked up his whole structure, right? As if he didn't do that basically himself. But then you can worry about the pawn later, or you could take the pawn first, but then it's sort of like a gambit pawn scenario where he's going to take it with the bishop later, right? As he develops the E file, he's going to take it with the bishop on F1. He's going to, take it with that and assume you're not going to cover it. So that could happen later, so you don't really have to worry about it right now. If he takes the pawn, then you got to think about it that way, unless there's some kind of crazy check or other thing he can do, which there often are, but probably not here. I could take with the bishop. So I'll take with the bishop on c8, his knight on h3, right? And so if I do that, he feels compelled, because if he takes the pawn now, I can just save the bishop and it's a waste. But so he'll be forced to react to that move, and then I can still take the pawn afterwards. So there would be no logical reason to take the pawn or even move the pawn, like, oh, I want to move it to d4 and take up more space on enemy territory, the way that people sometimes say better players in like a condescending way. That's what the pawns are good at. You see, like, yes, but it doesn't mean you understand exactly, yes, I want to take up space on enemy territory, but I don't know exactly how or in what structure, at what time, or whatever. But the point is that there would be no reason to worry about moving the pawn on d5 now, even though he's threatening it. So the reason why his outer pawn move is good here is because of the simple fact that, okay, it's an outer pawn. So if I take it, I just gave up a center pawn for an outer pawn. So there's some sort of intrinsic value there. Center pawns are always better than outer pawns, so he would be basically sucking in a center pawn with the outer pawn, and then he would have two and I would only have one. So there is some good reasoning to that. That's one of those lesser problems. Like, you don't really have to worry about it, and it's not a big deal. That's probably not going to be the difference in the game, especially at this level. But it's just worth noting that arguably that's why that move is not so bad in and of itself. Never mind the position that's so bad for him, but those kind of moves are okay because you're trying to suck out a center pawn with an outer pawn. So in a way, you almost wouldn't want to take that, and I almost would want to keep going and have this elevated position at d4. But we'll think about that later because, like I said, the first thing you always can do if you're going to trade, as long as he doesn't have a check or something crazy to get out of it, to be able to, like, you know, you get the best of both worlds where he could take the pawn and trade and take my bishop, you know, all at the same time. So because he doesn't have a move like that I could potentially see, there's no downside of simply taking the knight. And so the only question then becomes, okay, is this going to open some aggressive gambit position for him? And this is where you kind of are playing the player, not the position. Because, okay, if I was playing at 2500, maybe I wouldn't do this because now he's going to move his rook to the g file and fuck me over with some kind of attack with the rook. Maybe that's what he wanted me to do. But you can't really worry about that too much because whatever, he is worse, or he's just an average player, bad player, evenly matched player at best, but not even. So I am going to take the knight. That seems like the logical course. So he has to react to that, and then we can worry about the pawn later. Now, the pawn is covered by both the knight and the queen, so it's not like I would have to worry about it, but basically you can give this illusion that you can take it for free, and then this is another good principle to learn, which is kind of hard to even understand exactly how and when to say it, but there's sort of these gambit pawn squares. Maybe it's potentially c4 and c4 and f4, where, like, when they put the pawns on those squares, right, in these kind of scenarios where it seems like they're giving them up for free, this is like a whole gambit principle, right? You have to accept the fact that if you take those, it's basically a trade, and don't try to defend them. Like, if I take that pawn on f4, or sorry, on c4, if I take that, I should just let it go. Don't even try to cover it. Don't even care about it. Somehow, some way, that's often the right way to do it. Yes, I could move my bishop to e6 and then try to cover it and try to commit to it. But I often find that that's not a good principle to follow, right? You do the trade and you just accept that it's gone, right? It's no longer a center pawn. He's going to take it with his bishop eventually on f1, whatever he's going to take, right? Develop and take it. So you just let him have that and it's fine. That somehow, even though that sounds like bad advice and actually stupid, there is some principle with this as sort of like a gambit pawn that you just accept that you're not really taking it for free and you're not really going to be able to protect it. And the lengths that you'll go to protect it will end up screwing you over in some other way. Right, that's at least my experience with it. That's the best way to learn something actually, even though for chess it doesn't really work, is sort of the stigma effect. You make the same mistake so many times, or you make every mistake possible, and so it kind of sticks in your head. Like, oh, I remember that game that I lost because I tried to protect that pawn on c4 or whatever, and I overcommitted, and it ended up hurting me later. So now because of that, and I maybe had several of those, or at least I've been hurt by that position before, or that decision making. So because I've made that mistake, now I've learned from that in a way, like it bothered me or it hurt me in that game. And so now, you know, I associate it with that very personally, like, oh, fuck, that guy clowned me because I did that. Instead of just, oh, theoretically it would be bad. You sort of learn through the experience of doing it. So again, his move there wasn't necessarily bad, the c4, but we can ignore it for now and then we can decide. So whether to trade or keep going with that pawn is a whole nother issue. Let me try to move on the board first, even though that feels like maybe you shouldn't do that. But we're going to go ahead, take with the light square bishop on the knight, because I cannot resist the temptation to obviously try to open the king, right? And that is a big fundamental principle for me in openings. Again, this game could go on for multiple episodes. I don't even care, but I mean, whatever. We're not going to rush. I'm going to play it at this pace. I'm going to play it this instructively. Like people said, study, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Like, fuck it. This is me studying. Even if it doesn't feel like it, you know, it doesn't matter who we're playing. Like, well, it does, because the kind of moves he's making are just total clown moves that anybody can see are not good, but still. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm still thinking through other elements. So the only potential downside of this particular move, what is that? That's yours. Is the fact that now the rook could come in. and the rook could come into attack in such a way that the rook could come into attack on the g file in a way that could actually be detrimental to your king. And in my passive mindset and style of play, which is not something that should really inform your decisions, but you kind of have to know your strengths and weaknesses and your preferences. So there's certain things that you might have to accept. Like, I trade a lot, whether it's good or not to do, or it could just be neutral to do. But that's just how I like to play, and it makes me feel more comfortable. There's less stuff on the board. There's less stuff to blunder, less stuff to get attacked with. So even if people say it's not good, unless it's like really a losing trade, where it fucks up my position too much, you have to accept it. Like, you're not going to be perfect. You're not going to always do the right thing. And so it's like, at least you can sort of find this comfort zone within what you naturally do, right? If I like to trade, I'm going to trade, and I'll do better playing like that than trying to be something that I'm not, and trying to like, oh, well, what would Magnus do? But I'm also not Magnus. Or what would the engine do? Right? That's why even if you learn certain engine lines and moves, it's like you have to know the whole line or the whole game or the whole position. Otherwise, I do this one move that's an engine move, but then I don't know how to follow it up. Or, you'll sack a piece like the engine would do, but then what do? You have to do this exact sequence of 10 moves. Otherwise, it's a blunder and you lose. But if you do the exact sequence of 10 moves, then, it's a brilliant move, because you can't think like that. You have to always realize, like, you have to know your limits, know your weaknesses, know your preferences. There's no shame in having a preferred style of play. Like, Simply is a good example of that. He was a player who was like 900 rating when I first, in early 2022. Now he's like 2000. But even when he was 900, he was very aggressive. And so he's maintained that. Sure, he can play, various positions now. He's good. But, like, he was always aggressive. I was always defensive, at least in this midlife crisis reiteration of chess. I was aggressive as a kid, I suppose, but effectively I've been very defensive minded. So when I was beating him there, he was still aggressive and I was still defensive. Now when he's beating me now, he's still usually aggressive and I'm usually defensive. So the style of play is something different. That has nothing to do with instructive chess. Like, that's your psychology, your choice. There's nothing that says, right, like Judith Polgar was an aggressive player. She's known for that. There's nothing that says whether that's a good or bad thing. That's just her preference. That's just who she is. That's just how she liked to play. I mean, there's no way to... So you might have said on an early level, like, oh, well, she's too aggressive. That's a bad thing. But then if he gets you to 2,700 rating, then there's nothing you can question. So, or at least the instructive element there is, if you're playing as white, you should play aggressively. If you're playing as black, you shouldn't. You should play as a draw as black, and you should play for a win as white. And that's what actually even grandmasters and stuff like that do. You normally shouldn't play for a win as black, because, or you shouldn't be overly aggressive, at least at the beginning, because you're just at an objective disadvantage of one move. So whatever, that makes all the difference. Not saying you'll lose, but just, you should try to play safe and try to muck it up and try to draw it to whatever extent you can, which is exactly my style of play anyway. So this position now, like I said, it opens up only the negative possibility of being able to bring the rook on the g file and then pushing one of those pawns on H or F and maybe turning that into something. And that is one of my personal weaknesses, that you're able to basically do a kingside pawn push. There's kind of two things that people often do against me that often fuck me over, and maybe it's just how they would play anyway, or maybe it's just my style that sort of encourages it, that I'll be very passive even if I'm up material, even if I'm in a good position, even if I'm up a piece, whatever. I will basically not really attack and kind of play safe and slow and defensive. And so then what happens is they feel emboldened to either not cancel themselves because I'm not putting any pressure on them, and also they feel like they can get away with whatever, either sacking pieces or playing super aggressively, pushing the kingside pawns, and not only not castling, but also pushing the kingside pawns and punishing me that way. And it feels like the real way to often deal with a kingside pawn push is what? It's not to, oh, you got to move this pawn exactly the right way, or you got to trade this. No, it's to actually attack them. You often see that in the engine analysis too. How does the engine deal with, oh, if he pushes the pawn here, like to h5, and his rook's there, so I can't even take it, or I have to take it with the knight or something. The way to do it is, oh, I'm attacking him in some other way, so he's forced to deal with the threat, rather than actually keep pushing his pawns like a clown. Right? That's actually the way that you would technically often see them deal with it. There is no way to deal with it oftentimes, because you don't want to take and open the king, or maybe you can't even do that, or you don't want to let him get to h6 with it because then it could be covered by the rook. This isn't really the position for that, but like if you let the pawn normally go all the way down the board, like from h2 to h6, it's still covered by the rook, and so that's a very, very dangerous position to allow that to be in. Then the bishop has to go back to like h8, right, and just kind of wait, and potentially you get mated there later on if the queen takes that diagonal over somehow. So yeah, there is a potential danger of the G file here. Another fundamental principle is you don't want to open the H file, potentially like to the rook, where there can be all kind of traps where the queen comes in, you know, and just mates you there on the H file early on in the game. So you got to be careful about all that. So let me see here. I kind of used up a lot of my energy just in the first couple of games. So let's see what we can do. You're going to lose to an old man just because we are more, we seem old ourselves in spirit at least. So here we have, I like how it says that too. He has 50 years of playing. The average player I beat on the chess who has like 15,000 games played, but they're almost as bad as me, or they are as bad as me, is 1600 rated. That's literally what happens. That would be me if I never studied chess. Like, I just keep trying to learn through playing, and that's how long it would take. And the best indication of that is actually history, right? Like, did people magically get better in the modern era, or do they simply have more resources and information and engine analysis and things like that available? And obviously they have more things available because people are not just innately magically smarter and better today. And so that's the difference. Is like it took hundreds of years of chess theory and books and everything like this, and now obviously technology and engines to get to this point. So it's nothing to do with the individual. It's to do with, you know, the state of theory, collective knowledge at the time that you can draw from. And then you obviously measure people against their peers. People use it better than others. Magnus versus Alireza versus others. But that's the point. Is like you're not really better. You just have more resources. Now you measure yourself against your peers, and then you say, okay, I'm better than them. But that's why the era thing is unfair. So if you look at history, like, oh, I could be better than William Steinitz or Paul Morphy or something potentially, but at least rating wise, or like, you know, there are plenty of players now who you'd say, oh, well, they're better than him in terms of positional play or in terms of whatever rated play that you want to measure. But the reason why that doesn't work is because he didn't have access to what you have access to. And so he was better than his peers who had access to the same things he did by a wider margin than, let's say, even Magnus is better than his peers with the same access to information. So that's the way that it becomes very hard to measure. And that's the whole means argument that we always talk about. You have greater resources available, so that doesn't make you necessarily better. Or you would have to give them the same resources to make it fair, things like that. It's very hard to say. So in this particular position, it's my move, and I would be able to consider the pawn on c4. So if you consider the pawn on c4, now you're looking at it in such a way that either I could keep going, which I don't think is my style of move to make, but you would keep going because you would believe in the value of the center pawn, and you would be able to cover it no matter what he does, because you can do, like, you can either do c5 to cover it, or you can either do e5, right, the next move. So no matter what he pushes or does, that would be potentially fine. So maybe it's not a bad move to actually make. And you could also have the bishop cover if you bring it to that diagonal here on g7. But what's going to end up happening here is the fact that, what do you call it? You could either push the pawn. I should maybe do some visual aid to show this, but I don't really, whatever. So like you could move the pawn here. I don't like using arrows, honestly, just in principle either. Or it almost blends in with the color of the board. I don't even know why we're using this one or what significance it has, but we're not doing the permadeath cosmetic sets on here as we're doing on the chess. So you push the pawn in order to preserve the center pawn, and that might have some value to it. And you can guarantee even the cover from either c5 or e5, right? So that might not be a bad move. On the other hand, you could trade, or you could take it like seemingly for free, but then you accept the fact that his bishop's going to take it later, treat it like a gambit pawn. Just somehow in my instinct, I would say that seems to be the correct way to interpret this particular pawn position. And then the next step is you could also cover it already with either the E pawn or the C pawn. And if you do that, then if he takes, then I could take back and preserve the center pawn that way. And so the bias here would be, okay, do you take what seems like a free pawn only to lose it later and accept that fact? So that would be pawn takes on c4. Or do you cover it with the c pawn? Now, see, this is a good internal logic moment. Covering with the c pawn is better than covering with the e pawn. Why? Because now, well, I guess it depends on whether you want to develop the darks for bishop that way either. If you want to develop with the darks for bishop, then I guess I could like point and stuff on here too. But if you want to cover with the darks for bishop, or if you want to open the darks for bishop on this diagonal, right, this darks for diagonal, then what's going to happen is, yes, you would rather cover with that one, with the center pawn on e6. But you technically, I want to go to f7 as it, or sorry, g7 as it pertains to the King's Indian structure that I'm going for. So because I've already committed to that idea, then you're in a position where, okay, that's one reason not to open the bishop from there, or at least not to worry about it yet. Then on top of that, you also have the ability to consider the fact that, what do you call it here? You would be giving up a center pawn, right? It's that same philosophy. That you cover it a center pawn with a center pawn, but then he takes with the outer pawn, and then I take back with the center pawn. So now it still creates the same problem where I would only have one center pawn left, right? Back as we took back on d5. So the d5 would be maintained because we would cover it with e6, right? But then he took with an outer pawn, so now I would have the pawn on d5, and he would still have both of his center pawns on d and e. Now, again, this is not something you have to worry about too much as a lower-rated player, even as I still am, but it's at least worth considering. The logic behind it would be that the only three moves I would consider here are, I would consider, aside from just a development move, I could just ignore it completely and go g7 or something with the knight, like d7 or c6, right? Those could be potentially moves that you do. And of course, you have adequate cover even if you just ignore what he's doing and don't take. But so you could take it with the knight or you could take it with the queen. But more relevant to the immediate position, there are three moves that have some potential merit to them. You would have the move of c6. The c6 is better than e6 because, again, you don't really care about the bishop's diagonal going that way because you want to put it on g7 anyway. And also, you don't want to give up a center pawn because he'll take and then I'll be forced to take it with the center. Or no. See, I'm even wrong there. No, but it doesn't matter because he would take a center pawn with an outer pawn. And so even if I took with the knight or the queen, right after he takes on d5, I would only have the one pawn left, the e-file pawn. And whether I take with the e-file pawn to cover back or not doesn't matter because, right, you already lost one. So that would be the reason not to move that one. So you go ahead, you move the c6 to cover back would be an okay move. You can also take and then expect it to get taken later, and you can also keep going. So now let's try to break down the rationalization a little further, right? So this is what it's going to turn into, though. We'll spend like half an hour on one move, and it's okay because this is what chess is all about. Pretend like you're playing a really good opponent. Pretend I'm at an over-the-board tournament playing for FIDE rating. Pretend like it actually has substance and significance. Pretend like if I lose this game, I actually, fail a challenge, and that actually is true. So, again, even though I don't feel particularly intimidated by a 500 rated player, and maybe we should try to play something a little bit higher, but I don't know. I almost want to work my way up, but this would be better if I had a lot more time. I could do a 12-hour stream for each of these fucking individual bots, or at least do more than one like a week or more than one an episode, but I don't really care. Not only will we not do more than one an episode, we might do less than that, where if we have actually a tough opponent, we'll just, we'll drag it out over multiple episodes. I'm not going to say I can't do that. So now here, you have the ability to basically consider these last three moves that we said. All right, so you have c6 for the pawn. You have d4 for the center pawn movement forward, and then you have c4 for the take. All three of those It seemed like good moves, right? But now you have to decide almost on a preferential level. I wouldn't mind taking because I like to trade, but that's just my own laziness and maybe me underestimating my opponent, which typically would be a equally matched opponent, uh not the 500 rated bot that we're playing here, which often those ratings are even inflated over what they are. So 500 actually means like 300 because they're using the chess ratings, because even Ding Liren and stuff that we see are not really as good as what their ratings show, even if they are still really good. And obviously I didn't beat them or anything, it just felt like it was still too even of a position and things like that, right? Compared to, like, what do you think would happen if I actually played Ding Liren? Do you really think it would get to an end game and I'm only like -1 pawn, and like, yes, his position's better, yes, he's gonna win, but as if that shouldn't be a foregone conclusion. So again, c6 is good to cover back, right? I don't see anything wrong necessarily with doing that, unless you want to put the knight there, which often you do want to put the knight there on c6 rather than on d7, right? Generally speaking, I don't remember exactly why or how to exactly explain it. I can't point to any sort of identifiable reason why c6 is better, but I think on average, this is just like an instinct thing that comes about, right? From having played so much, I think generally you'd rather have it on c6, right? Just as a base development move. But I often am apprehensive about doing that sort of thing too, because you're just kind of in a position where, you can get pushed around by pawns as well later on, but arguably it shouldn't. But you can't really stop the b-file pawn from pushing it out. You can't really stop the, the d-file pawn, or yeah, the d-file pawn from pushing it out. So it could pose some additional problems later on. The thing here is that, okay, so you could cover back with that pawn, outer pawn, so you preserve the center pawns, right? That's the c6 move. You could keep going, which again, you could always easily cover on c5 and cover on e5 for the d6, d4 position. So therefore, that's not a bad move either. And then you could also just simply take it. So let's say I didn't want to take it, even though this isn't something I'm entirely comfortable with doing, and I don't want to experiment too much in these games necessarily either, to the extent that obviously we still want to take them seriously. But normally I would say I would probably just take here and just live with it. And that is my trade tendency that I just like to do. The problem with that is obviously if you take it, you're opening up that light square diagonal for him. Whereas now you can arguably shut it off, and I don't have a light square bishop to even worry about, so I wouldn't necessarily have to acquiesce to that either. So closing off that light square diagonal by maintaining the pawn structure here is not necessarily a bad move to make. So I could obviously just, I'm almost inclined to, so for example, that would be a reason not to put it on the dark square here. Let's think about this a different way. Why don't you go to d4? Let's try to eliminate one of these three moves. I won't take, because that's giving him the light square diagonal later, where he's going to take with the bishop on c4, right? My pawn takes, and then he moves his pawn on the e-file, he opens, he develops, and then he potentially takes, and then has the diagonal bearing down on my king on f7. So that would be why you don't take there. Then let's eliminate between the other two moves. You go ahead and you go to c6. Why would you not do c6? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, because I don't have a light square diagonal in the first place, and it'll guarantee that I have both two center pawns, and I close out the light square diagonal for his bishop. We're treating it like a detective game. Like, let's try to deduce and come down to, too bad we can't RP against whatever those bots were last time from whatever, that murder mystery one. But this is how you should think about it. And now we're down to two bots left, or two moves left, and that is going to be, people would laugh at how I'm taking like a 500 rated bot this seriously, but it's not the bot that I'm taking seriously, you see, it's the game itself. I'm taking chess seriously, so it doesn't matter who you're playing, right? But still, that kind of corrupts your judgment a little bit and makes you kind of still a little bit lazy. But let's give it the proper respect and time that you should give every game, otherwise don't even bother playing in the first place. That's almost how you should look at it. Don't take it for granted. Don't treat it as a foregone conclusion, anything like that, as I often do, and that's often been my weakness in a lot of my games. So now here you get to, again, we eliminated the pawn push move to d4. Now, why did we eliminate that move? Because we think that, okay, I'm going to have the dark square diagonal. So on one hand, you could say, well, that's good, because my bishop on g7 is going to cover it for the rest of the game potentially, which maybe is even a good reason to keep it, or to put it there. But it's also going to be where it's going to block it. So, oh no, that bishop's not going to be effective on that diagonal. But then it makes you wonder, like, what's even going to be on that diagonal that you're attacking? There's the one pawn there, but that's not going to be there for long. There's the bishop there potentially, but that's not going to necessarily stay there. So I sometimes wonder about how good those bishops can be. As much as I like the king's Indian, I don't know where it's really going. You know, it's not going towards his king unless he queenside castles, which this is a good instructive moment for that reason too. If you took the bishop, if you took with the bishop and you opened his king here, you at least know he's not going to kingside castle, or if he does, it's very open and very weak. So now this does rationalize that the bishop diagonal here could actually be good, whereas normally I would say that he's going to just kingside castle in a normal position, and if he kingside castles, then I'm kind of unusually short on breath here. I don't know why. Fuck. Chess is too much for me to fucking handle, even trying to explain. The point is that this diagonal towards the queen side would be better now than normal, because he's going to he's not going to kingside castle. And the reason why he's not going to kingside castle is because we already opened and ruined his structure. So now based on that, you can deduce that either he's going to queenside castle, or he's not going to castle at all, or he's going to have a suboptimal kingside castle instead. So because of that, then that gives you a good incentive to not block your dark square, thereby moving it on d4. So that eliminates the push of the pawn, and then I eliminated the take of the pawn because I don't want to give him that light square diagonal necessarily. So based on all that thought and reasoning, I think probably the best move here, you know, it would be hilarious. Haha, after all that thought, we're going to blunder a queen or something, right? We will put this much thought and time into a one move, and then we'll make some obvious mistake still that we just completely overlooked in all my calculation here, and I'll just blunder a piece or just like blunder a queen. But obviously that's not going to be the case here, but later eventually that could end up happening. Or sometimes in a classical game I will sit there for like 5 or 10 minutes on a move and then just miss something obvious. Like I consider everything besides that because it almost seems too obvious, but you just look at it in passing and don't even think about it. So the move that I'm actually going to make is I'm going to go to c6 because I eliminated, again, I don't want to let him take a center pawn and cover with another center pawn, or even the queen or the knight, because then I lose the center pawn. So therefore I'm rationalizing, okay, if he takes with his outer pawn, then I take back with an outer pawn, thereby equalizing. So now I'm taking from c6 onto c5 onto d5, so I still have 2 center pawns left, right? So that makes sense. So we eliminate. That's why we don't go e6, and that's why we also don't go d4. So we eliminated every possible move, and when you eliminate every possible suboptimal move, whatever move, I don't know. I'm trying to do that Miles Edgeworth quote. It's like when you eliminate every mediocre move, what remains must be the best, something like that. So therefore, the best move here should be c6, which it probably still isn't, but it's like, whatever. It's good enough for me because the position that I find myself in here is going to be probably pretty decent. Because if he takes, I can easily take back. If he doesn't take, it's okay as well. We open his king. Now that's, again, a very bad pawn move. I've crushed all of my grandson's friends. You're next. Well, your grandson's friends must be literally, I mean, I guess that is the point. They're probably, what, 1-2 years old? So that would be the only chance you would have against them, and even then I kind of doubted that they wouldn't be 500 rating plus. But yeah, we saw that even in chat today with someone being impressed with that hypothetical scenario, like, wow, 1,000 rating at like 5 years old, or whatever, when you were younger. I don't know how I'm even measuring that. I'm not saying like in a FIDE sense or some other context like that, but I'm saying it like whatever, like whether it could be on a website or whether you're just you're just estimating it. But again, why is that impressive at all? It still sucks, but I guess, oh, because of your age, you're getting special treatment or special consideration. So he goes to A2 with the rook. So he's been obsessed with this A file that you really shouldn't worry about, right? Again, the outer files you're not really thinking about. Don't try to move the A pawn or the H pawn too much in the beginning. Don't try to move the rooks too much in the beginning, except to castle, obviously. So those are basic logical razors that you can just follow in chess in general, that you should always try to abide by. Like, why is he worried so much about the A file? It's not really doing anything. So you're not attacking with it, you're not really defending with it, you're not really doing anything with it at all. And so the point here is that now I still don't necessarily want to take that pawn, because this is one of the signs of a good player, that you don't trade every opportunity you have, and you kind of build these very elaborate pawn structures. So for example, now I can go to like e6 and then cover back again, and you just have these sort of pieces locked in combat where they could potentially take at any time, but you wait for the opportune moment where it's really to your advantage to do so. You could also try to push, even extend it on. You go to e5 and then e4, and then, you know, you have like a whole basically bridge of pawns connecting outward. Or you could just accept a more passive sort of pawn move, like you go to e6, and then now you have it double covered. So now, whatever, like you're really reinforcing this d5 pawn very strongly, and so there's nothing he can really do to, even if he goes e4, then he takes, then I take, then he takes, then I take, you would still have a center pawn there. He would take with the c pawn, then I would take with the c pawn, then he would take with the e pawn, then I would take with the e pawn. The only problem with that is then it would be a split pawn, which simply means that there's no other pawn to cover it, because you would only have pawns then on B and F, right? So those two files would be open, but the same would be true for him, so it doesn't feel as bad in that scenario, that you'd basically be able to, you know, do it in such a way that if you're both in that position, then it doesn't feel quite as bad. Let's see. I think I wasted too much energy, honestly, on those first two games. So it's not that I can't still finish this one, but I'm almost just, I don't know. I'm not as engaged maybe as I was last time. I don't know how long that last episode even was, but it felt like I was doing it in this exhaustive fashion, but I at least did it from the very beginning, basically. We basically had this board just as a cosmetic thing for the first half of the stream, because we were actually playing 10-minute games against viewers, so then it doesn't feel as relevant, because, you know, I can't really use it in a 10-minute game. So let me think about this now. So again, I still don't want to take the pawn for the same reason of giving him potentially the light square diagonal there. And so, or I want to see like the rating estimate that it gives us in one of these games. Like we would have played at like a literal 2100 level, regardless of whatever he's doing, just because I'm putting this much time and thought into it, which again, anyone can do at any time ever in chess, and you can try to figure these things out for yourself. You shouldn't feel too kind of overwhelmed. So I'm vacillating between, again, his rook move had nothing to do with it. So there's like two layers of what you should do when first calculating a move. You should look at immediately what he did. Like, is there anything really relevant that he's threatening or that I could threaten as a result of his move? And the answer is, you know, even as bad of a move as that rook is still kind of out of arm's reach, so it has nothing to do really with my position, right? I shouldn't really try to go for it or do anything with it. It's just fine. Just ignore it. It doesn't matter unless you don't even have a light square bishop to potentially attack it. Otherwise, that might be a consideration. And so you might want to say, okay, I'll try to take the pawn on c4 and then put my queen on d5 to then attack it. But there's too many ways to deal with that, not the least of which could just be to move the rook back or something. So there's nothing really. You could push the pawn on b3. So even any sort of long-winded threat like that is not going to have much value to it. So what we have here is we're left with the simple fact that, and I also don't like doing music in these kind of sessions, at least with the whole board and stuff. It just feels like, whatever, we have enough distractions as it is. So for the time being, what we have is basically his move is one of those non-impact moves where I would just ignore it and say, okay, let's just do what we're doing. So I could do a basic development move and go to like G7 with the bishop, or I could cover the pawn again and go to E6, or I could develop the knight and go to D7, or I could go to... Yeah, we should use this process of elimination, deductive reasoning style, basically like what I did last move, right? That could be a good way of doing it. So the thing is that let's consider all of these moves. And I should give some sort of visual feedback here. I guess I don't mind using arrows here because the moves are so obvious, right? These are all the optional moves that you could potentially do. And I almost want to change the color of this board, but I guess it's fine for now because it's the same color basically as the arrow. And so how do you get rid of the arrow actually? Wait, what if I want to do it here? Or if you just click off, I think it does it. What if you just want to click off like one of them? I don't even know. Let's consider all the potential moves that we would consider to do, and then we'll eliminate one by one with the logical razor of saying, you know, it's actually like a multiple choice question. Why would each of these moves be potentially wrong? So the bishop to G7 is good no matter what, because that's just a basic development move and you're trying to set up the king to castle, right? So I would have no objection to potentially doing that. Then, so that one stays active. So yeah, how do you do this actually? If you, I don't want to accidentally make a move either. If you just like, wait, how? If you just kind of do it again, it kind of goes away. So let me reconsider this move. I guess it's okay to use arrows in this way. Arrows and the colors. So let's look at every relevant piece and every relevant move, right? So here you have the capability. Again, the bishop move is pretty solid, so I can't really question that. The pawn move here to E6, or even arguably there's more that you can do, like how I was considering this possibility, right? I feel like I've never played a game necessarily quite like this, or sometimes in classical I'll think about it, but when have I ever thought this long about just basic moves, or even in the opening or things like that? So this is what I mean when I say this is how seriously we can take it. And today might be, because I don't know how much energy I really have. I didn't expect it to take this long. We'll go as long as I can, but it's just I might extend it even to another episode, so not even 500 rated bot per episode. I will try to get through it, but I want to play it like this and stay true to this whole idea too, of the level of instructiveness and thoroughness that we're trying to go through with every move. Because it's not, again, it's not about this game or winning this game or beating this opponent. It's about understanding at a deeper level kind of what you're doing in every single game, even if this aspect is kind of futile, because it is just going to come down to the opening where you should just learn exactly the sequence of moves and just memorize it. You don't need to understand it, because that's just how opening theory works, because it's very fun and instructive that way. So the bishop move is solid. The pawn moves here are also solid. So if you go to E6, there's nothing inherently wrong with that move. And it's also, you know, it's just a little bit passive. Then the other move is obviously E5 to potentially build. Again, neither of those are bad moves, but the reason why I will discount them is because now is not the time in the game to be doing them, I don't think, right? I think they can just wait. For example, you could always just do them later. Why couldn't you just, for example, do it next move? There's nothing he's going to do that would prevent me from doing it unless he goes like pawn to F4. Then I feel hesitant to go to E5, but then I could always just go to E6 and just wait there. So again, it's just like a less pressing move that you have to worry about. It's not even that it's bad. So we'll discount this pawn completely and say, okay, those are not bad moves, but they're not really relevant. I'm trying to castle. That should at least be a priority that you have in the early game. But again, my opponents often don't do that. Even if they beat me, they're underestimating my attacking capabilities, and rightfully so, because I don't take advantage of that. I don't do anything with it. Now you have this 1, 2, 3 pieces left to consider. So the bishop is a solid move to make. The knight is also a solid move to make, but again, I'll have a bias towards castling in the opening, as you often should. So if you have a bias towards castling, then the knight goes out the window, as if we need any excuse, because I always hate knights. But the knight move is discounted because of the simple fact that we can wait to develop it later, because the more pressing piece is the one that's going to allow us to castle. This one has nothing to do with it. The only way you would rationalize that is if you said, well, you want a queenside castle, which of course you never want to do ever, because it's just objectively bad and nobody ever does it, so just don't. And also you have to know how to attack and be more aggressive if you are going to do that. So now we're left with only two. This is actually a good process to do, like some sort of process of elimination sort of thing. I'm almost treating it like it's some sort of detective thing, like we're playing Among Us and we're trying to find out who the person is. So we're going clue by clue and eliminating, like, oh, the killer has a scar on their face, or they have this and that, and you're kind of narrowing it down more and more, right? And so this is almost how you should think about moves. So now, because you still have to have some idea what you're doing, in the sense of which pieces should I focus on, which move should I even consider, and then from there you eliminate it down. That's the calculation within the calculation. So when Hikaru is saying take, he's already eliminated every possible move aside from the few takes he's considering, right? So he's kind of doesn't represent what calculation is actually about. You have to first know what you're doing and have the best ideas in mind, and then you calculate from there. So like even here, right, like I have a few ideas of what I'm trying to do. I'm not considering moving the A pawn. I'm not considering moving the king. I'm not considering moving the queen, right? Maybe those are good and I don't know enough, but even in my limited understanding, you still have to weed out those things. I didn't even go through those because it just feels like it goes without saying. You have to have certain logical razors to guide you there, or you kind of have to already know what you're doing. That's the part people underestimate with calculation. Maybe a grandmaster isn't even that much better at calculating than you are, although they obviously are. But it might be more that, like, it makes it so much easier because they're eliminating so many moves without even needing to calculate them. Like, I know that the only two good pieces to move here are the knight and the bishop, let's say, in a particular position. So now I only have to calculate those moves, and that makes me focus on that. Whereas somebody else is going to go through, oh, well, let me calculate the queen, let me calculate the rook, let me calculate the pawns, right? So you already know that, what to move. And so it's like one of those, what's it called, like hand and brain thing, or like whatever, where one better player tells the worst player, like, this is the piece you should move, but they won't tell them where to move it. So it's the same thing there. It's like, you know what piece to move because of your skill or your knowledge or your studying or whatever, your experience with the game. So you know what piece to move. Now it's just a question of where you move it, or which one between the two or three or whatever, right? So you're already narrowing it down because you know, like, oh, it's pointless to move the queen here. There's just nothing good to do with it. It's too early. You should be trying to castle. So again, I have a strong bias towards the castling element, so that's why the bishop move still seems to be the strongest. But let me think about it a little more with this pawn. So now you would have you would have the ability to go to d4. And again, you could always cover it with the other pawn, like on G, not G, on E. I feel like this board really isn't the best visual. I'll use it for this game, but I'll try to change it. Just somehow the colors are not doing it for me. I'll use like either I don't know how we even ended up with this one. I'll use like the default one or something, because the orange with the arrows doesn't work, and even with the notation, it's not super clear. So just for the visual purposes, I'll change that. I don't mind the arcade animation and stuff like that, but, or even the set I could also change, but this is like the default set, so I guess that's fine with me. We have enough custom sets to go through on the chess and all that. So you wouldn't take, probably for the same reason still, that he could eventually take it with the bishop and have that light square diagonal. So assume we're trying to shut down the light square diagonal for two reasons. Number one, I don't have a light square bishop, so it wouldn't bother me anyway, whereas normally it might be going on like b7, right, and trying to take advantage of that. We've completely ignored that, and we might create the V-shaped structure by going to A6, right, something like that. But not only is that true, but we also want to shut off his diagonal, so his bishop ideally might want to go to C4 and sit there and attack the king side onto F7, and so therefore he can't do that because we have both of these pawns blocking, and we could have a third one blocking on E6. So no matter what he does, that diagonal is not going to be open for him, and our dark square diagonal is going to be open for us. So that would be the reason here. The reason why you're doing this is because his kingside castle is already ruined, right? So because it's ruined, he's going to either not castle or castle queenside, or suboptimally castle kingside. So assuming he castles queenside, which it doesn't really seem like he's going for that either with the pawn structure that he has. Of course, he's not really going for anything. He's just sort of making random moves. But the reason why we can eliminate this pawn move to go to the dark square is because why would we want to block our own diagonal that could actually be good, and that could actually be where the king is, because of how his king pawns are, right? If this wasn't like this, then you might consider this move, although you might still say wait till you castle first before you do it. But the reason why you do it is simply because of the fact that you would effectively want this diagonal actually, whereas normally you'd say, okay, it doesn't matter, or you can even use the cover of the bishop that way to you could use the cover of the bishop to cover that pawn and guarantee its safety there. But the problem with that is now you're blocking your own diagonal as well. And again, the diagonal could actually be useful here, even though most of the time I'm a big proponent of saying that that diagonal is often very questionable and actually not that good. Okay, let me take a minute, but we'll make this move here and see what this clown says. This is how exhausting and hard work a game should feel like, though, because this is how you would do it like in a tournament setting. Because even as much time as I'm taking like, oh, it's correspondence, if you were playing like a classical tournament game, this might not be that big of a deal. Like, how long would a game actually take? You got to treat it like a boss battle, not just like some eventuality that, oh, I'll just do it for 10 minutes and move on. You have to make it feel like it's actually a big deal. And that's exactly what you would do if you were playing somebody in a tournament. Louis Prima has a great song or two I think you'd really like. I don't actually know who that is. Let's actually look it up. It's some reference to some old artist, but it's not even one that I would know. Why don't you say the Beatles or fucking somebody? Maybe he's even older than that. I don't know who the fuck this is actually. Trumpeter. Yeah, that's not even the best reference out there. It's actually maybe kind of a creative one for that reason, that is very specific. There's a song or two I think you'd really like. Even he wants me to listen to music to break up the monotonous nature of the commentary, but I guess it's fine for now. Not saying I'll never listen to them here, but anything but yeah, he's doing a song request. I don't take song requests because I always get copyright warnings. I don't get strikes, but I get warnings when people do recommend them because they try to either troll me with a song literally to try to get me copyrighted, but I don't think so. But they try to just send a troll song overall. Like they'll rickroll me, and the real rickroll isn't the fact that I got rickrolled. That's fine. That's all good fun. But it's the fact that it'll be a copyright issue and be muted later in the stream or on the VOD because, you know, oh, you can't handle that because it's you know, it's a record label song, whereas normally I listen to like video game music or something else that I normally am pretty good about not having an issue with that. Right, with whatever music I do listen to, and I normally only listen to it during chess. So like all these innocuous things that you do. So he pushed to d4. All these innocuous things that you do along with a game like chess because it's so perfect for stuff like that. Like it's perfect to eat with one hand and play with the other, or it doesn't matter because it's turn-based and it's slow, so you can play a classical game and eat your lunch while you take a break from whatever other categories you're doing on like a long stream, right? That would sometimes be what I would do. Or you use it to take a break between other categories, or you use it to wind down a stream and end off, or you use it to what else, like listen to music. Like it's so many things that you do with it that feel like it's almost a throwaway kind of game because it doesn't have any music innately, and it's not as engaging or exhaustive as other games. So therefore, you know, it gives you a perfect excuse to do that, or like watch a TV show in the background, or in this context of streaming, you can like react to videos in the background or something. Okay, I'll be back in a second. It gives me an excuse just to show off the art just because I'm fucking going AFK, but obviously I normally just use the other one, the where it says I'm not AFK, I'm just calculating. Whatever, with the two people playing a game of God short story art that I made a long time ago. But yeah, this is almost what I should do as sort of a stream series, because I sort of have two chess series going on where I play off stream sometimes when I have time and I just record it and then I upload it later to YouTube just because, like, okay, I don't have enough time on stream. You know, I only do it once a week. Only Tuesday I play chess on stream. So that wouldn't be enough to actually make any progress with it. Not that I've made much progress even by playing it offline or off stream, but that's more the Lichess series that I'm trying to do with the permadeath P sets and just trying to get to 1700 and rapid and 2000 basically in rapid and classical on there. So this seems like suited for, I should do this on stream because I get to show off the board and stuff like that, that I wouldn't really have time or energy to do off stream. Like, I'm not going to set up a board every time I play, because the purpose of that is it lets me play at odd times where I normally wouldn't have time. Like, I have 10 minutes here, so I'll just do a quick little session and then I go do something else. And, you know, I'm not doing it like straight like I'm doing now for like 3 hours or something. So that you have to commit to a little bit more. But yeah, either this or what was the other series I guess I was doing on this? Wasn't there a third? I guess the third one is just like the overall chess.com challenge that I failed. Like, oh, I'm trying to get to a certain rating by a certain date. Like, oh, by January 1st, I have to get to 1500 like last year. Like, leading up to this January, I was supposed to do that, but I obviously failed that one. And so then I had to delete my account, so now I would have to wait. And even my re-unlock condition, that would be like my actual account that I would play rated games on and stuff like that. But now I would have to wait till I get to 2000 on Lichess in both classical and rapid, or at least that's the standard that I use. So I think that's going to be a very long time before I get there. Yeah, let's try to see what we can do here. So he pushed the pawn to d4. Right, so if only I took every opponent this seriously, that would show you. But the problem is I could, but I wouldn't have enough time because you're going to flag in a 10-minute game, which I've kind of spoiled my whole love of classical by doing that. I've sort of tainted it because I have played like only 10-minute games lately. But it makes sense because I played classical for a while there and kind of did what I wanted to with it. I got to 1700 on the chess, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but that was at least in fact, that was the checkpoint to re-unlock my chess.com account to try to do that challenge, to try to get to 1500. But then I failed it again. So now I bumped it up to 2000. But then I said, okay, let's just take a little intermission and try to get to 1700 in rapid as well. So we've gotten only as far as 1600 so far, like 1620 something. But yeah, now is the point where you're basically saying like, okay, I have to study. But if I do that, then I mean, this is arguably a form of it, but I would have to do it more formally. Like, I just have to read a book, or like actually, I'll read Levy's book and I'll fucking do a reaction to it. I'll do a book review, which is one reason why you would actually have to learn notation so you can actually read through the book and just, you know, understand what they're saying and recreate the positions. And I guess I could do something like that. Like, if I was studying, I could show the position actually on the board, but it seems like more trouble than really what it's worth. But even what I'm doing now is definitely more trouble than what it's worth. Now, you would have a strong bias towards castling in this position as well. And so, again, just ignore what he's doing and just castle. But maybe, what did that move actually do? Let's consider. So he goes pawn to d4. So that opens up the ability of the dark square bishop to be active now, but still it's not developed. You still have to actually commit a move and move it up one square. Like, where is he going to go with it? Right? Where would you actually go with the dark square bishop? You would go to f4 and let it sit there, or you would go to potentially d2 and let it sit there. Those are the only two moves that I could really think of being logical. Realistically, I would almost have wanted to put it on, if I was him, I would want to put it on b2 and I would have pushed that pawn, but his whole position is completely fucked up, so I don't even know what to say. It's hard to take it seriously when he's making moves like rook to a2. Like, I'm no expert, but I can't imagine what the purpose of that move really is. But yeah, so he's gonna do some sort of developing bishop move, none of which really bothers me. There is one thing that does bother me. I will actually start using the arrows more. I mean, why not? If I'm going to mull over a position for this long. The pin down move definitely bothers me. And the reason why is because I often don't know how to deal with it, and there often isn't a very good way to deal with it. This isn't the worst position for that, because now the difference here is you have the bishop cover so you can move it. But whenever you're pinned without any other way to cover it, which does actually happen often, right, you're pinned. That's normally involving some sort of other position, but you're basically pinned and you don't have any other cover. The knight can't cover the knight, the bishop can't cover the knight, so then you have to do some weird sequence of moves that's kind of like, you have to like push a pawn and then double push a pawn, something like this, and then the bishop ends up like there. And that's a horrible pawn structure to have, because like now your king's here and it's like just very overextended. Your pawns have been pushed way too far, right? So I always hate playing like that, even though that is an even position. You're not losing, it's not a mistake, it's completely even as far as the engine, and it's completely a draw. So it's not bad, but it's a kind of uncomfortable position that low rated players like me would not really want to deal with. But so the best way to do it is just move that pawn early and prevent the pin. This position obviously is completely different, so it's hard for me to even envision that or explain it, but whatever. That we see a lot, just where you can pin it down, and of course you can't pin anything for him because his pawns are just completely ruined anyway. Like whatever his evaluation must be now is terrible, but it's not enough for me to take advantage of right now. You still have to wait. So what would be the logical moves here? You could either just finish developing in castle, or you could try to, once again, I'll disqualify this move because I want to close off the light square diagonal for his bishop, right? So let's keep reiterating what our logic is for these moves, or rather for not making these moves that maybe seem obvious. Even though it seems like a free pawn, this is a hard thing to explain to somebody too. Like even I don't get it as I'm saying it. Like why wouldn't you just take the free pawn? There's nothing wrong with doing it. Even if he takes it back later, it's still fine, right? So it would be hard for me to explain to like, oh, I'm better than you and I'm a 2000 player, even though I'm not. But if I was, like, oh, you don't take this because of some, like, what would be the simple way to explain it to an idiot who doesn't know chess or anything, right? How would they rationalize it? You don't take it because you know he's going to take it later and it's suboptimal to try to cover it. Like, that's not a very intuitive concept. Like, how would you know those things? You would have to have some other external knowledge. I don't even know how I really know that. I'm just assuming it, but because I've seen this position maybe so many times, but it's hard because I don't really even play like this, really. I'm like, oh, I'm trying to stop his light square diagonal, his light square bishop from coming here, right? By like reinforcing these, and there's no way he's going to get in there. But that's not really what I normally do. I would just normally say, fuck it, I'll just take it. So maybe I actually am learning something here that may or may not be good. But then again, this isn't a position that you typically see, even in a low rated game. Like, I guess I don't play 500s that much, so maybe it's fair, but that's at least one credit I could take. I don't think I was ever, below 1,000 rating, really. Maybe briefly because I was getting farmed by viewers on here, but that almost doesn't count because they're obviously just much better. But like, I was never, when I was a kid, I was never under 1,000. When I came back in 2015 on my other channel, I wasn't below 1,000. On here, I'm not below 1,000. Like, there's no point in my life I could be playing for the first time and I'm over 1,000. Like, it's not a flex at all. It's just like, if you just use your brain and you use your eyes, you should be over 1,000 because that's all it takes. But not to be mean to people who are, but it's just like, it doesn't take a genius to do that, I don't feel like. I even said that with 1,500, but I guess I was made to eat my words there. If you just use your brain, you're automatically at 1,500. Also, I failed to get there for like 2 years, so I can obviously accept that it's not that easy. Because I wouldn't have thought that you would need to study this much or know openings and know all these kind of intricacies of the game just to get to a mere 1,500. 1,500 is like your baseline provisional starter rating, right? When you first make an account or when you first play a game like in USCF or in FIDE, I think you start at 1,500. So in other words, that's saying like, oh, that's the average player. But the average player in that setting is actually very good. Like, they would destroy me probably now because they are going to know openings and they're actually good. So it's a little deceptive. It doesn't mean average is an average in the world of people who just play chess, like random people who don't really play it every day. It means like people who take chess seriously, but who are just starting or aspiring or whatever. It's just a little bit different. So 1,500 is actually good in that context. Like, if I went to a FIDE over the board event right now, I'd like to think I'm 1,500, and certainly in a class, I would say I am, though. In a classical setting, if you give me like 90 minutes, I'm sure I would be if I actually take my time. But it still would be a question. And if you put me in like a blitz format or something, I'm probably like 1,000 or below because I just suck when it comes to time pressure and things like that. If you put me in correspondence, I'm already a super grandmaster, probably. Fuck. And I don't see why not, because if you really are this exhaustive with it, who knows what you can do. But I'm not really getting into that sort of deep calculation that you can potentially do, where you would do way more than this, and you can do it. I always compare it to like a lockbox. I'm like a master thief and I'm trying to pick a lock, right? And so I just go through every single possible combination of whatever, every possible set of combinations that you can do. So it's like a 4-digit lock, right? So I go 0000, 0001, 0000, 2, right? And you just keep going through them. That's what you can do in chess. Just go through every possible sequence of moves. But isn't that boring? And don't you think you wouldn't want to do that? But that's what you actually have to do. Or either you narrow it down a little bit because you know something about the game that I don't, but even then, that's actually what you would be expected to do. And so by that logic, anybody could theoretically do it. It's just very boring, time consuming, exhaustive. It almost feels insulting. I guess maybe I am too nice in that way, like the gentle giant effect. I'm the human calculator and I can calculate all these crazy things, but I don't like to make people wait or waste time or anything like that. And so it's like, this is like some weird way to try to explain it. So when I'm playing against a bot or something like this, I don't care because I'm not wasting anybody's time but my own. But in the case of playing another player, I almost sometimes do feel bad. It's like, oh, I don't want to sit here for 5 minutes in a winning position thinking about this move, because, it almost feels like bad manners, but it's not. You just have to, you can't really think like that. And I'm certainly not using that as an excuse, but it's just, a lot of the time it is just boredom. Like, I don't want to sit there and think about it forever like I'm doing now. But even this is still far from what you could do. But I guess it's how much you're compensating for. It's the fact that I'm really just not that good, and so I would have to sit here for this long to figure out what could potentially be the best move. So the thing is, that move that he did doesn't change anything of what's happening aside from allowing the Darkstar Bishop to come in. So the only hesitation is, okay, I should just castle. That's the obvious thing to say. But I still have to develop the knight, but that can wait. So we're going through that whole, let's display it once more, this whole process of elimination idea. You have this move, and then you have basically the castle. Let's see, those three are the relevant moves, right? So we'll highlight the piece. Oh, whoops. We'll highlight the pieces. I don't want to accidentally misclick a move either. I don't know who would even want to watch this shit, but I barely even want to do it, but this is what we're doing. If you tell me that this is my last chance to play chess, these next 10 years of my life, which is still a long time, but it's just like, look, dude, I'm not going to do it halfway. I'm going to do it like this, which still feels very dumb. But okay, these are the three these are the three moves that you could potentially make that make any sense at all, right? And so the knight move can wait till later. Just again, you have the bias towards you want a castle. That's the only rationalization. There's nothing wrong with the knight move. And the only reason why I also wouldn't make the pawn move to e6 is because, okay, now you allow the pin down of the bishop onto the queen. The bishop goes to g5. It's not a big deal. You can easily deal with it, but I think castling is fine. There's no immediate threat that he's posing that would punish you for doing it, so let's just go ahead and do it. I did transpose that particular move. So let's just go for it. Yeah, I started off this game like making the first 2 or 3 moves without even doing it on the board, which shows you I was just not even in the mood for it. Like Edward the Eighth, all these references, you won't be king for long. No king rules forever. Let's take a step back. Let's see, yeah, all these kind of memes that people were using to clown Ding Liren. Heavy lies the crown, or what was the other one? Like, there was something my friend put like that. Everybody is like trying to be nice to Ding, like, oh, he's sick or something, or he's whatever, but he's like choking and losing every game and every tournament he plays. He's like a paper champion. He's not even worthy of his title, blah, blah, blah. He got lucky because Magnus didn't play. And so then it's like, oh, you're being too mean to Ding, but it's like he's the world champion, so like heavy lies the crown. And what was the other expression? Like something like that. Like with great power comes great responsibility. So it's like Magnus and Hikaru saying that to Ding. Okay, so he moves the pawn up, which is perfectly fine with me. Now what you have to realize about this is my Darkstar diagonal is indeed blocked off. Right, so now this becomes a question, and normally I wouldn't even say that's a big deal because it's not going to be that effective because nothing's going to be on that queen side of the board anyway. Like, why would that matter? this is something I genuinely don't even understand about my own. I love the King's Indian, but what does that bishop ever do in the game? And I often don't know what it does because there's nothing there, right? The rook's gonna move. Like, let's say, okay, he'll double stack the rook somewhere else, and then these pieces are gonna develop and they're gone. So what does it do to have the bishop here, aside from getting it out of the way and just developing it? But in this case, again, his kingside castle was ruined, so it could arguably be useful here. But even for this purpose, it's effectively going to be blocked, right? It's covered by the queen, so that diagonal is completely gone. But the trade-off with this is like the ultimate like bishop stalemate position where you have both of these completely blocked. So his bishop would like to go here and use this diagonal, but it can't. And then my bishop would like to use that diagonal also, but it can't. So these pawns meet where the bishops basically go to die, where they just don't do anything. So now it's hard to say like how you would break that open. You would want to make a move like e5, right? And then therefore that could potentially open it, or he'll still reinforce it and it becomes sort of the same thing. So then I would take, he would take, he's still covered by the queen. So now rather than worry about all that, there's nothing that his move does really reactively that I have to worry about. So you are going to open up the pin possibility on the queen. So the g6, g5 move, sorry, I can't do this notation very easily. The g5 move is, and I'm not doing it off my head, obviously, I'm looking at it on the board, I'm looking at it on the site, you can see it right there, which that should almost constitute cheating. Like, do the FIDE tournament boards actually have the notation written on them? They almost should for, relatively lower rated players, because then you have to write it on the piece of paper. You genuinely aren't always going to know that, I guess, if you're only 1,000, 1,500. Edward the Eighth. Let's take a step back. Okay, so what we have to figure out here is, yeah, we're getting like the boss quotes thing. Better boss quotes than Skyrim. Like how I said, every dungeon you go in, they should have like some kind of sense of personality, the way that like WoW boss quotes do. Speaking of no king rules forever, that's not really a boss quote, but that's when Arthas' father is about to scold him for being the Lich King or whatever when you beat him in Ice Crown. But that is such a good effect in RPG games. Like you go in a dungeon and you're fighting like a boss and you don't know who the boss is and you don't know their lore or anything like that, but they have like all these badass lines and quotes that they say. They give them a sense of personality during the course of the thing. So WoW does such a good job with that, like where you'd be in a raid or a 5-man dungeon and it's like they're telling a story more dynamically like that. It could just be some random NPC that you don't know and never heard of before and you'll never hear from again, like Prince Malchezaar, but then you get some kind of quotes from him and just the voice acting that gives it like, wow, that's iconic. He has like this low baritone ASMR voice and he's saying all these things like, I don't know, madness has brought you here to me, I shall be your undoing, and it becomes like a whole thing that takes on a life of its own. Or speaking of which, somehow, since we're on the subject, like even this quote is inspired by that on my little, where is that? On my little fucking Hearthstone art. Where is it? Where is it? Can't even find it. It's like image 31 on here. Yeah. Like the children of Stratholme dueled with, or fought with more ferocity, like when they go and they kill everybody because the city is like, whatever, it's all tainted by the plague, so they're all going to become undead or whatever. They've eaten like plagued grains, and so he says like the children of Stratholme fought with more ferocity, so this is the children of Goldshire dueled with more ferocity, making fun in a more playful way of what is a really dark line, just implying that he killed kids and part of, basically purging the city, and insulting you as the player, like, oh, even those kids fought harder for their life than you're fighting me now in this boss fight, whatever. But that's just in a more playful way, obviously, in like a card game, that he's looking for a worthy opponent. And it's also like inspired by that Kaiba art that's like, whatever, you're a third-rate duelist using a fourth-rate deck, whatever, where he's over the table and yelling at some little girl. That one took me forever to make because like all back in the day I used to stream Hearthstone a lot and I never had an art for it, despite having art for like all kind of other weird series that were like one-off things and stuff. I could do like a series that's gonna last a week long, and I would somehow have or like a game I only play once, or like the Red Dead Bounty Hunter one, and all this kind of shit. But I wouldn't do it for a game that I play that regularly. So that was almost like an insult. So we tried to overdo it and make one that was like really memorable for that. Let's see here. So he goes there. So we did the castle. So now you got to think, okay, you're trying to attack or you're still trying to finish your development. So it's okay to mull over this a little bit. There's a few moves that personally just I would like to make here, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily good moves. So you're going to go, you want to go here to create this V-shaped structure, which I'll explain, I guess, in a second. That's the only logical developing knight move, because if you put it on A6, then he could potentially take it with the bishop there and fuck up my pawns and have them double stack and things like that. The queen doesn't really need to move. Think about the pawn and think about the rook. Although, okay, so these are like all the moves that I'm thinking about. So the A2 move here, or sorry, A7 to A6 is nothing more than an aesthetic pawn structure that I always like to go for, but there is at least a little logic behind it. You have this V-shaped structure there, right, spanning from D5 to A7 or A6, and the reason why you do it is because now you only have one anchor pawn. And so the rationale behind that is I could cover it with the rook, let's say, right? So this rook would go on to B8, right, and cover this pawn. And you might think, oh, that's a lot of commitment to commit a rook just to cover one pawn. But that pawn is covering 3 other pawns, so it makes it feel almost worth it. You have 4 pawns with only one anchor, right, as the base cover, instead of having like split pawns where it's all like, one covers this and then this one covers this, so they're all kind of, they all require covers. Only one thing requires a cover here, so it makes it feel worth it to cover it with the rook. So theoretically, that's a good structure sometimes to go for. But I won't worry about that only because, oh shit, I thought that was delete the thing. But it made the arrow go the other way. I thought if you just go over the arrow with the right click, it deletes it. But yeah, so I like that for the aesthetic structure of having that V shape, which it's not really a fundamental principle that anybody ever talks about or says that you should do. So I don't think it's really good advice, but it's always something I'm very comfortable with anyway. I've drawn 2,000 rated players using it. Not that it deserves the sole credit, but just like in my style of play in classical a lot, it just makes it feel very safe to do that, right? Like you're going to be able to cover it very easily, and you only have one pawn to cover, and it covers everything else for you. And so it's a good structure, but we don't have to worry about it yet because nothing's going to stop me from doing that move later. So there's 2 developing moves that I should consider making. One of them is the knight, and one of them is the rook. Now the rook move goes into some good ideas here of like, okay, you go here and you try to open effectively that dark square diagonal that we were talking about, him potentially blocking off. So that's a good move. For that reason, you're covering with the rook to do that. And you could also move the knight. But see, this is where the knight becomes a nuisance. You're trying to develop this knight, but you have to develop it to the same square that's going to potentially have this one go to, because where does this knight go? This is why the knight pisses me off so much. You're not trying to do anything with it. You're not trying to even use it. You're just trying to get it out of the way so that diagonal can be used so that this could have like a double cover, but it just doesn't, there's nowhere for it to go. I would go so far as to move the king and then put it on G8, which is not really a good move, but at some point I just don't know where to put it. I guess you could arguably put it on H5 because there is no pawn to push it out here, right? But then even then I'd be worried about the bishop potentially taking it and then opening the king or whatever, something like that. Maybe his knight could come over and do it. So arguably, if you were going to move the knight, H5 might be the only or the best option to do. But you can see how ugly and inconvenient that is, that I would almost feel more comfortable with sort of a safe move like, okay, just put it on my back rank so it can't potentially get pushed out or taken or open my king or something like that. So I'm going to move the rook. And so the reason why I'm going to move the rook is because I want to try to fight for that diagonal there. It's kind of hard to say like why you wouldn't move the knight here though. Like what... I'm not worried about the pawn. You can do that later. So you should still worry about finishing your development, which arguably this rook has been developed by the act of being castled. So you should almost prioritize in a very simple sense, which piece haven't I moved? I haven't moved the rook, the queen, and the knight on the queen side. The queen you don't really have to worry about. That should be the last piece that you move, or at least don't prioritize it. And then, especially as black, where you're not going to be as aggressive. And then the rook, you also don't really have to worry about. Or if I do move it, I would just move it over one square to b8 to cover that one anchor pawn that I was talking about. I don't feel like that's an official term at all. That's just what I call it. When there's like one pawn that covers all the others as an anchor, or even just covers one other. And then, so the knight move is questionable because, okay, you'll do knight covers knight, and you'll be on d7. So the whole idea with d7 is that that's the only place you can potentially ever go with that knight, so you're going to have to do it. So arguably d7 is better, but I'm still... And it's going to come to the same thing, right? If you go there with the knight, then you're going to push this with both the knight cover. You know what? This is actually better. This is actually a good rationalization moment. I said I wanted to move the rook to e8 so that I could cover this pawn so I could push it here and potentially open the diagonal, right? But the problem is, or the point is that the knight going here to develop and just get it off the back rank is also covering that same square. So you may as well just do it that way. Right, whereas doing 2 and 1, where you're getting the development off and doing that, and then you can always move the rook later. So it's just sometimes a matter of priority of moves, like which order do you do them in, even if everything you're doing is still good. Right, so now you're fully developed. The only piece that hasn't moved, obviously, is the queen and the rook, and there's no pressing need to do that for the time being. I suppose the one thing he could do that could be annoying that pushes me off my anchor position. Well, here, let's first move this. So this goes to C3. Of course, we're looking at it from sort of the or at least I'm looking at it from sort of the opposite angle, where like I'm sitting closer to the white pieces, but I'm actually playing as black, but it doesn't really matter. I can't tell if it's getting like really cut off on the screen. I don't think so. Yeah, it's stretched out like crazy too, the board. But he moves the knight there. Hey, who's taught you to play? Nobody, actually, myself. And even then, I've been very lazy to study. Did you know what knights were called in my day? Knights. Again, I'm not that old. They should be called horses, or they should be called... they're called so many different things in different languages. Like, that I like better than even that. Like, knight, names, chess. Like, it's called the rider. It's called the... There's so many different ones in different languages. Look how much controversy and trouble the knight causes. So it's rider, horse, 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 knight, horse with a capital, horse with a lowercase, jumper, rider, riding horse, rider. I mean, even calling it a horse is kind of stupid, even though I like that, because I mean that's what the piece looks like. You never get proper visual representation of the knight, but it's kind of like, you'll get PETA on the case. You'll get shut down because of PETA. But, you know, it looks like a horse. So, I mean, horseman actually kind of makes sense. Mounted warrior. Horse, rider, horse. Yeah, there's so many different names. Horse jumper. Donkey. That was actually mine. I'm literally Sicilian. Yes, it is a fucking donkey of a piece. Or I'm Urdu, where there is no name for it because they don't even acknowledge its existence because it just sucks so bad. Okay, you move the knight there. Or I could use my little cursor for this too. Well, whatever. I'll worry about it next time. I have like this little chess cursor that I always use that's like either it's like a king or it's a knight, depending like whether you're interacting like with something or just using the base cursor. So here he brings that. Yeah, we need these little boss quotes and we're treating this like it actually is a boss fight. If there's one thing that'll motivate me to do well at something, it's my permadeath runs that I'm always such a big fan of doing over the years. But the problem with that is I haven't done so hot with those either lately. I've sort of lost my mental edge a little bit. I'm not even going to say like, oh, I was so perfect before, but at least there was a certain level of effort that I would put into stuff that I don't have anymore, or there was a certain, I don't know, I would just take things a little more seriously. Which doesn't mean you would always succeed, but it just means that you would put yourself in a better position to potentially succeed. Let's see. He moves the knight there. Let's see what that really opens up. That's a good developing move for him to make. But if you look at it, this is where you can realize how useless the knight really is. where it's going to have like nowhere to go, right? I keep trying to move like his pieces. I'm using like my touchpad on my laptop because I have no other way of really doing this. I don't have enough USB ports for my webcam and my whatever, and my mic. Okay, so the point is that, oh my god, whatever, you know how the knight moves. So the point is he can't go anywhere. You know, you go to B5, you get taken, you're blocking with your rook, you're blocking with your pawn on the other two. If you go back, it's just undoing your own development. You're blocking on E2, you get taken on D5 and on E4. So there's actually nowhere. There's 0 squares that the knight can go to. Like, look at that. Isn't that just an embarrassment and a disgrace to the game of chess? Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What other piece would ever be like this? It could be the king, and it would still be more active and more mobile than this. It can't go anywhere. It's blocking your own pieces. It's being blocked by your own pieces. Like, this isn't even like an instructive thing. It's just my own getting triggered by the knight for the millionth time. I can make a compilation million hours long every minute that I play chess, just getting triggered by the knight's whole existence. It's not even my own knight, but this is what it does, though. You got to think about the knight like that. It's good at just sort of taking up space, and even the best version of the knight in its final form is like somewhere like this, right? Assuming you can't get rid of it, where it's just like an octopus knight sitting on a square, just taking up space and not even doing anything, or it just waits till like the opportune moment. But it's almost like an immobile knight is the best knight, where it's just like deep in enemy territory, covered by a pawn. It can't be taken because there's nothing left besides like rooks, let's say, and like an opposite colored bishop. And so that's the dream come true for the knight, because then it's in a strong spot and it doesn't really have to move or do anything to take advantage of that, which seems like a strange thing, but that's unironically actually true. So now I'm thinking about this last move. You know, these two moves aren't really relevant, right? These are going to come into play later at some point eventually, and he could put the bishop there, right, to potentially attack that. So that's what I find kind of annoying still, if I do try to cover that. But the good thing about it is there's nothing that can actually target this pawn, right, as the anchor, so I don't really have to worry about it. If you really had to, you could cover it with the queen for the time being now. So here's what we have to figure out. We have to figure out the simple ability to, I wanted to push the pawn on E. There's basically like those two moves I'm already discounting because we can wait. There's no priority to do them. This is what I'm talking about here. We have these two moves to consider. You can either reinforce the pawn again, or you can just go for the trade that I was trying to go for. I'll go for the trade, and the reason why is because he doesn't have any other. You don't really need that extra cover, right? So you don't want to overdo it. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, you want to be like extra careful, but he only has one attacker, one cover on there, which is the pawn itself. So either he lets me take. The one thing that could be good with the rook move though here is if you think about the next move. Let's say he covers it with the pawn, then I take, then he wouldn't be able to take because I would check, right? Because he'd be pinned down with the rook. Or it's also the fact that if you do this exchange and you don't take with the knight, like let's say you do it with the rook cover, then you take, then I take, then I'm also threatening this one immediately with the knight instead of having to take this with the knight. So there are a few reasons why that would be good to do this, but it's sort of too experimental. My nature would be let's just do it, because if you just do it, then what ends up happening? What ends up happening is he could cover it with the other pawn, but then I would just still take, and then he could obviously take with the queen as well, right? So it's not like it's a very big deal. I do just feel like doing it, but the rook move has some merit to it. There's no question about it. So he moves the rook back, yawn. My feelings exactly. So let's see. You move the rook back, you move the pawn up. Did I maybe miss a move? I don't think I did. So normally a person would take there though. You would take on D from D4 to E5. And of course, you can't judge this person too harshly because they don't really know what they're doing. So it's It could be good, it might not be, but they won't, even if it is good what they do, they won't even know why it's good necessarily. Or they won't know how to follow it up or anything like that. So you could even keep going, or actually you can't, because then he would have the pawn and the knight to attack it. Now there's no reason for me not to take, so that opens up like the dark square diagonal that we have here. He goes back to A1 after all those early moves involving the rook and the A file, how he goes to A4 as his first move, how he goes up to A2 with the rook for, like, this is what I mean. Let's say you are this guy. This guy is literally you and you're a bad player and you don't know what you're doing. At least you got to have that much. I mean, and I'm not one to talk because I often don't have a plan and I just play it safe and I try to win by attrition. But even if I don't know how to do elaborate attacks and stuff, I would never do a move like that, even if it's my first game ever, because it's like, what are you really even trying to do with that? And he couldn't explain it. Like, what is the purpose? You move the rook there, then you move it back. And you might think, oh, it's something to do with the position has changed, or it's like, oh, I'm threatening it. But I'm not. I've done nothing to that rook or anything in that whole file, and he's still just doing it because there's not really much to think about here. I mean, you're just taking that just to take it. One for you. Okay, dude. So now we just take. He just takes. All right, so that's fine. Arguably, you could say, oh, well, that gives him a certain amount of initiative with the queen. And so now here there's always a temptation like, oh, I'm going to do some sort of cheeky unleash move with the knight, and that allows me to attack the queen, but it doesn't really matter. Like, there's nowhere good that the knight can actually go, which is not really much of a surprise to me, but it's still annoying. So again, there is that temptation to move it, but it doesn't really matter because again, there's nothing really to do with it, so what's the point? You could instead just ignore that. And I mean, you can sort of sit on a threat like that. So now it becomes very open-ended. And these are the moments actually where calculation and the way that I'm thinking becomes relevant. But then here's where you also become lazy because you realize there's just way too much stuff to even worry about. But you should just look around, just double check every piece, make sure nothing's uncovered. Right, so he's not threatening anything in a meaningful way. The one move that he could make that could be impactful is if he pins down now, then he could try to double take, but it still wouldn't matter. So he could bring the bishop down. See, now you start to think about your opponent's moves more than your own moves because you're out of the opening phase. So if he does this particular move, then you're in a position where, okay, it's pinned down to the queen. So now the knight can't move. But even if he took, I could take back both with the knight and the bishop and also even the queen. So there's no need to really worry about that. And then, of course, if I move the knight early now, then he can't even go there because I could just take with the queen right away on g5. So what is it that I'm really trying to do here? His king is very wide open, but the problem is you could make an aggressive... This is really where it becomes open-ended, and this is both the most fun but also the most difficult part of the game, of course, is the middle game. You can go here because, again, openings are just 100% memory, end games are mostly memory and just repetition and shit like that, or even a certain amount of calculation, but it's just so stale after a certain point. You could go here and pin the knight down, but then I would have to wonder what the follow-up move is, and I guess the follow-up move would be to move the knight and then attack the queen, thereby double attacking the knight, because you'd already be attacking with the queen, and then you'd attack with the bishop as well. But the thing with that is, it wouldn't matter still, because he could just like go back with the queen, and then I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. He could take with the pawn. Like, it doesn't really matter. This is where you start to, I don't know. One thing that's also good about that, see, this is hard for me to explain now, even if I was trying to teach it or even rationalize it for myself. There's so many things you can do now that I can't even begin to, say why I'm doing this particular thing. Like, I can't even do the process of elimination anymore because there's just too many things to look at. But this move does seem to be good. I'm just kind of doing it on instinct now. where I would say, okay, you're double attacking this because you have the knight attack, right? This is kind of that ex post facto justification problem, though. It's like, I'm doing this move because I think it's good, and I'm seeing that it's good, and I'm explaining why it's good. But how would you know? How would you know to even do that, right? Like, I guess you just have to look and figure it out. But there's no guiding principle behind it, right? Like, you're randomly making an aggressive move, even though you're playing defensively or just developing the whole game. So that just shows you, like, okay, now it's the middle game. You're also pinning this down. You're also attacking, into this potentially. So there's a lot of things going on with this move. So the only thing you have to double check with it is, does that leave any opening for him? And the answer is, he could like put the bishop behind the knight and then potentially unleash it into something. But it doesn't really bother me too much. Even in the worst case, I could take the pawn with the queen itself to get it out of that potential threat on c5, right? Instead of taking with the knight. So there's nothing that's really open to me, but I'm not too happy with this move because I can't rationalize it especially well. What am I up to? Yeah, I'm even questioning that myself. So he moves the queen away, which easily allows me to take the pawn here. Now I can take it with either the knight or the queen. I'm not exactly sure. I kind of like the pin that we're doing on the knight. It doesn't seem that impactful, or you would have a very strong play here. If you, yeah, see here, I can't even explain what's happening anymore. Careful, I've got some tricks up my sleeve with this piece. Maybe it's just because I'm so good at middle games that I just come up with the best possible thing, but it's very difficult to explain in a reductive sense or with such certainty now because there's no guiding principle. Like, okay, what are you trying to do? You're trying to pin, you're trying to fork, you're trying to do like all these basic offensive ideas that you can do at any point in the game. See, the bias in the beginning was like, okay, I want to castle, so that overrides every other move. I just want to try to develop two things, but one of them is going to allow me to castle, one of them isn't, so therefore I'll prioritize the one that is going to allow me to castle or something like that. But the problem is that, we're not even in like a winning position. That's the thing. I mean, positionally, yes, but like material wise, it's still even after all this time that we put in. But obviously, it's still early in the game relatively. We just basically finished the opening. So he moves the queen back. I keep kind of forgetting all this. Or wait a second. He went to f2. So we were actually playing with an illegal position on the board. I don't know when he did that or when I missed that. But okay. So the thing here is, you've got some tricks up your sleeve with this piece. So I would take with either that. See, now it'd be in my instinct more, I would take with the queen just to try to bait the queen trade just because I like queen trades. But effectively, you shouldn't necessarily do that. What I was actually thinking is this idea of you move the knight somewhere, which of course itself is very difficult to even figure out where to move it. But you do this into an attack here, so then you take with the thing. Not only do you double take, but you also take into a check, into a take on there. So that's like a very obvious early beginner's trap sort of thing to do. But this might be a position where it's like a little bit less obvious to you, where you could even do like a crazy, oh, let's sack the knight and attack the queen. And the reason why is now he has to address that. And so even if he takes with the pawn, then I could take into a check. And then if he takes, then I take, and then I take. So it's possible that a move like that could actually be good. And even if he doesn't take, then he can't take with the knight. So then I could take with the knight and commit sort of the similar threat as well. But you don't have to do something overly ambitious like that. Even if that is still a good move, you could just simply move the knight overall and it would be fine too. So we're going to tunnel vision on this threat. And the problem behind it is that, again, it's not even saying it's bad, but this is often what happens. Against better opponents, this can do you in because he's going to see the threat too, and then you have to look for something a little bit deeper. Or you have to use the threat as a bait for some other deeper, more complicated threat later. Right, so this isn't a bad move. You just move the knight out of the way. You're double attacking that again. There's no reason why he can't just do a number of things. Like he could just bring the bishop there and cover it or whatever. You're also, though, setting up for this idea. But then again, it's not covered. But then again, it would be covered. Like, for example, why can't I just do that now? Right, and therefore he has to give up the knight. It's because that particular pawn wouldn't have a cover. Because this is where sometimes people get confused. It's like, well, the knight has a cover, so it doesn't matter what you do, right? But it does matter because then it'll be forced to move because of the pawn. So sometimes people will feel pretty comfortable, like, oh, it's okay if it's pinned, as long as it's covered, but it's obviously not. You have a number of things here that are good, and sometimes you end up regretting it if you don't take advantage. Like, you could just take the pawn, right? That would be adequate. That would be fine. You could also move this, setting up for a lot of threats on his other side. So it's hard for me to really decide this. Whatever move we're going to make here is definitely going to be a knight move. I like the knight to h5 move because it's posing a number of different threats. We maintain the threat, the double threat on the pawn here. Right, we maintain the threat in terms of c5. We're still double tagging that. He's only single covering. He can't bring the pawn because it doesn't have a cover on b4. And so that would still be maintained as a threat. But then we're posing a number of other threats. We're posing the bishop is attacking the knight. And then if he takes, then I take back and check and take the rook. We're also posing the fact that now the bishop would cover the pawn on d4. Therefore, now he would have to move the knight that is pinned. The problem is that his bishop basically solves all those problems. If he brings the bishop to d2, now if I take with the bishop, he just takes back with his bishop, and then I can't take, and I can't do the whole sequence of taking because he would have the bishop there, and I can't take into check on the rook. And I also can't push the pawn because if I push the pawn, even though it's covered, right, I push the pawn onto d4, attacking the knight. Now, he can move it with no big deal because the queen is going to be, whatever, the king is going to have the bishop between it, right? So, as we just rationalized, if he thought about it to that level, and this can be where it really takes the fun out of chess, if he thinks about it the way I just thought about it, which somebody at my rating or whatever might do, even though it seems good, it won't actually do anything, or it won't actually work because, so then, I should just take the pawn instead. Like, I just talked myself out of what seems like a good move. Because let's look at it again. Okay, you go here with the knight, right? Then he goes here with the bishop. So it's just that easy to shut down. Now, everything is shut down. You take this with the bishop, he takes back, it's over. There's no threat. Or so, like, in other words, don't count on them making a mistake. Yes, this 500 rated clown bot might not make that move or might not see what they're doing, but effectively there is an answer, so you should just accept that. What else did we have here? We can't push this because if we push this, he could just simply move this, and then if he simply moves that, that pawn move no longer has any impact. I'm actually going to ignore everything. Now, I can't decide whether to take with the queen or take with the knight. Ordinarily, you would probably say take with the knight here, even though it's in my nature to trade. And the reason why you take with the knight is because, you want to keep the trade almost out of arm's reach because you're almost the aggressor in this position. You're not really giving up any cover that you have with the knight, aside from on the other knight, which you don't really need. On the rook there, obviously you don't need f8. So what you have here is if I take with the queen is fine. If I take with the knight, the problem is you could potentially pose yourself for a fork, but these are sometimes those phantom threats that you fear that aren't really there. Like, he can't really do it, but maybe something he does will lead to his ability to do it. But by then, I could also address it. I don't really know. It just feels like taking with the knight is better. But I don't know exactly why. or more to the point, I don't know exactly where we go from there either. I almost would want to go to B3 and then fork those two, even though it's not a true fork. There's also this interesting play of like, okay, if you go here, go pawn to B5, if he takes, I could just simply take his rook, right? I'm going to take this, and I don't know. See, we could sit here and figure out every eventuality. So I sort of talked myself out of the other line that maybe seemed potentially good, but again, it's so easy to shut it down too. All you have to do is bring your bishop there, and that's it. So it's not like it's as good as I'm making it out to be. So it's almost like wishful thinking and calculation, where you say, you know, oh, wouldn't it be great if this exact sequence of move happened, and then I get this. But you can't think like that. You have to think, what is actually the best thing, or what is actually most likely to happen? What would I do in that situation? Would I actually allow it to happen? So again, I would personally take that, but I'm trying to show this in a more instructive way. Maybe it's better to take with the knight. And then I've been trying to do that lately in a lot of online games too. And it's like, I'll say I'm trying to avoid doing a trade that I would normally do just to sort of teach myself discipline in that regard. But then I look in the analysis after, and oh, I was supposed to trade there. So the one time I don't want to trade and I'm trying to show discipline, I actually was supposed to do it. So I obviously don't understand. Hey, welcome back. I obviously don't understand the concept of how to really do that. So I would assume, in my expert opinion, that you are not supposed to trade the queen here, right? But I can't really figure out what you would do with the knight afterwards, right? Like, this is where you got to have a plan for it. It's here. You could go there. You can't fork it. You're potentially threatening this, but that's kind of dangerous because then he would take, like, if I take with the knight, and then if I took, then he could take with that. Right? So you don't necessarily want to do it there. The other option you have is the ability to, you can't go anywhere else, really. It's a completely useless move. So I'm going to bank on the fork potential idea. So what would I do, for example, if I wanted to stop the fork of the knight going on here that I would be doing, right, if I was white? So what would he do about that move? Not that it's even that great. It just means that you get to take a piece, period. And again, it's sort of a baiting trade mentality that you would say, this is the wrong way to play as well. I've been on for a while. Yeah, I'm trying to make this really a long, instructive game. So the point here is the fact that, let's see, I got to learn this principle at least. The idea that don't always try to trade the queen. There's just nothing the knight's going to do there. This is where it pisses me off. I'm just getting a little bit lazy now, honestly. Like, I'm not... You can't fork me there at least. So that's one good thing that's happening. But the thing is, even if there is a good move, he's not going to do it or see it. So this is where you get lulled into, here's a Whopper for you. Did they have Whoppers back in your day? Did they have Burger King back in your day? Because he keeps trying to act like he's so ancient. But no, you know, even people I play at my rating, they lull you into a false sense of security. Every once in a while, they will make a mistake, so you get spoiled or you get bailed out, so then you never really truly learn. So this is a good move here, where you could move a knight. You could move either knight to e4, and if you do that, then you're attacking both the queen and the uncovered knight. And then if you are successful in taking the knight, you could also, he takes with the pawn, then I take with the queen, and then get the fork into taking the rook that I wanted from before. So if you, obviously you take here, then he takes, then I take, then I take. The problem is, again, that bishop can come there anytime and shut down a lot of these threats. But at least in this scenario, he has to address the queen threat, so he almost can't do it. So what would I do if I was him in that case, if I put either knight there? It's hard to say which knight would be better to put there, but I almost feel like the one that I just put out there, because otherwise I'm even questioning what it's going to be doing there. So if you go knight to e4, then he can't take with the knight, and he has to address with the queen. if the queen comes in, the queen goes to like f3 or e3. You cover the thing, right? You cover the knight. And so as a effect, no, you know what? It's actually better to bring the other knight from f6, because now not only are you doing the same threat of forking both the queen and the knight, you're also opening up this diagonal. So now it makes it very difficult. Even if you bring the queen cover or the bishop cover, right, it's not enough. So now you'll have the knight, you hit with the knight, then you take with this, then I take with the bishop, then you take with the queen, then I take with the queen. So that does seem to be quite a killer threat, because you can't do anything besides directly react to this. So you're doing this actually. Why is this? This is a good, process of elimination move again, which we haven't had one in a while, because I can't keep whatever. It's a lot harder to do in the middle game where it's that clear, that obvious to come to a decision. But what you have here, you have a big whopper. Yeah, now they're trying to make me hungry. I'm gonna go get fucking fast food late at night here. Jesus, which I almost never do that actually, but I don't like going anywhere actually at night. Okay, so, or I actually don't stay up late these days either. I sleep pretty fucking early. Yeah, why would you rationalize? This is like a good little puzzle moment. Why would you move the knight on f6? Like, effectively, you've decided you're going to move a knight to e4 no matter what. And the reason why is because you get to double attack a pinned knight into a potential fork on the rook, right, into a check. All that stuff is good. And you're also attacking the queen, so he has to adjust the queen threat, thereby guaranteeing the fact that you can take the knight. All of that stuff is cute. But why do you move the knight on the f file instead of the c file? Right, that's the only decision that you have to make. If you move the one on the c file, it's still good, but he can raise the queen to like f3. And now if you take the knight with your knight, right, this particular knight, then he can simply take back. And then if I take with the queen, he takes back. So it's still not necessarily great for him, but you didn't really win anything as a result. The one key difference here is you're opening the bishop to attack, so therefore you have an extra attacker, an extra threat. But that's why that is the better of the two knight moves, to do effectively the same thing, right? And he does exactly the move I thought, which could mean it's the best move, or it could just mean I think alike to a 500, like the clown that I am. So the knight that we just did is obviously going to be the one that unlocks the bishop, and then he goes retreat. Wait. What the fuck is going on with these pawns? When is he moving these things that I'm not realizing? Where we keep getting these illegal positions. His pawns are kind of more fucked up than you would imagine. Like, what kind of a pawn structure is this? H2, H3, F4, E2. Like, they're completely split. They're all over the place. So now you pretty much win the game at this point, I think, because if you whatever you're going to do here is going to be winning. So now you almost stop thinking as hard. But whatever you do is it's just over, because you take the knight. Then if he takes with the pawn, you're screwed. If you don't take the knight, like let's say you let me just take and then you let it sit there, then I can unleash it the next turn. Or I guess you could put the bishop behind it. That could be potentially good. So it's almost better to take... This could actually still be relevant to think about. You don't take with the knight, because you're saying like, okay, you take with the knight and then you don't take, right? So he's still losing because he just feels like he let me take a free piece, but then you block. So now it goes from I'm unleashing into a check to now I'm unleashing into an attack on my own queen. So that's potentially bad, right? This is where the knight can fuck you over, where it takes a good thing and turns it into a bad one, where you're in such a dominating position, but then you're gonna self-pin, right? That bishop move is still pretty strong. You take with the bishop here first, because now if he takes with the pawn, actually I don't know. Maybe it's not as good as I thought. Or I guess what you would do is, if he brings this here, then you could take with the knight. right, thereby removing that. Like, see, this is the problem. Even with what seems like a good threat against even a worse opponent, it's still not going to. You're going to win the game, but it's not going to materialize the way that I thought. You're still not going to actually get that check and take the rook, right? Even against an opponent this bad, it's just never going to happen. So, what you could also do here a little more simply, since you have the knight covers knight. See, sometimes you have like so many good things that you almost forget about. You could just raise the pawn to d4 and just take the knight, because now he would have to move it, and he can't, right? So it would be just that simple. Or, so there's a number of good things you could do. So this is the same. This is why it's good to kind of bookmark those threats in your mind. I was saying this move before, but it wasn't time to do it yet, or I didn't have a cover for it. Now you either wouldn't need a cover, well, you do have the cover because you opened the bishop diagonal, but you also lost the queen attack because he went off the dark square, right, from f2. So now you would have this threat. So this might be the best move. But why do I feel like you do this and give a check, right? And then if he goes there, but the thing is, he could still just take it. He would take, then I would take, then he would go there. So that's the move that I fear, is actually the bishop move, because I don't want him to do that with the bishop. That's the thing. I'm more inclined to actually do the pawn move because of the knight's ability to fuck things up. But this is the frustration level that you have to understand. Pretend I did this against a better player, that I'm running low on time or something. Imagine how pissed I'd be, like, oh yeah, I'm totally going to win the rook or something, but then you end up not really winning anything. You might win a piece, or it'll be much more minor, or it'll be much more long-winded of a sequence that you actually get to do. It's very disappointing. How am I still on this guy? Because I'm taking my time. The point of this is to do it in an instructive way. I only want to play like one per episode, or at least that's the pace at which I've been doing it. I'm not trying to do. It's a gauntlet, not a speed run. I'm trying to teach myself to play kind of like the right instructive way. So the thing here is that you're trying to basically. I'm like 5 moves in. I think it's way more than 5 moves. But yeah, look at the. I'm very confused actually why this still didn't amount to something more. You have this move, you take. Then he just simply takes. Then I just simply take. No, maybe I'm wrong the whole way. But that's the thing. In this hypothetical scenario, yes, it would be good. But it doesn't have to happen that way. Because what if I do this and then he just ignores it? He doesn't take, and then he goes here. Then it turns into something else entirely. It's still good for me, but that's where you can kind of pull the rug out a little bit. If you do this one first, then he takes with this, then I take with this, but then he still goes there, thereby effectively pinning me. So this is the move that I'm going to actually do. Because all those, this is a perfect moment to show you, though. It seems like you have a good attack, like so many hundreds and thousands of times in my games that it seems like I do, but it just never amounts to quite what you think it is. Either you expect it to be too easy and it's just not, or I don't know, or you're just missing something. Like I lack some offensive imagination. This move obviously makes it a lot easier for yourself. But there's just something about that sequence. Like, I'm sure I should look at this in the engine after, or wait, I can't because I don't have the premium and I already used my one analysis of the day. Probably if I'm going to be on the site for a while, I should have that. But, it's just, how can you look at that position and tell me that there's not something good there, aside from this, which is just something else entirely? If I take with the knight, I mean, it just boggles the mind to think that this is how chess works. You take, I take, you take, I take, and then take. But I take with the knight, then you do that. Then whatever happens, I guess I take with the knight, you go there. Then I could like cover it with that. And then, but I would take, you would take. No, you can't take with the pawn, though. That's the thing. You can't take with the pawn because But no, see, even the act of trying to take the rook would be sort of greedy. You'd have the bishop here, but he'd have the bishop there. Then, oh, I'll go take this, right? Because the pawn's gone. But then you would lose the queen too. So you can't even do it there in that scenario either. You still have one issued mine. What does that mean? It's not about winning or losing, right? We were obviously going to win this one all along, although that's not always going to be the case with these because it is going to get harder. But what is the thing that I was saying? Okay, we take here, and then you pin it down with the... You can't take it with the pawn there, because if you took it with the pawn there, I would take and check. But then again, you could still do that. No, but then I could just take it too. There's something about this that I'm missing. Like, again, even though I could obviously go d4 at any time that I want and just win the knight, I would assume, because the knights cover each other, which again, even there, they could be some sort of liability. If you had some pawn to push one out, then you lose the other, whatever. But aside from that move, let's see if there's something else. You take here, you do this, right? So that shuts it down because now you can't do anything. You can't move the knight and you're being attacked by that. So that's just terrible. So you wouldn't want to take with the knight. You take with the bishop and you give a check. Now, if you take with this, you could take again. Wait, what scenario was I saying? If I take with the knight, then he takes with the pawn. Then I take with the bishop. Then he blocks with the bishop, but then I could just take it. But he doesn't have to. That's the thing. I take with the knight. Then he just goes there first and pins it down. Right now, what do I do? That's the thing. Now I'm fucked because the knight, this is the knight's whole tendency to piss me off. Like, it's normally, again, I only have a minute left and I'm playing a 1550 on the chess. I would do that move and just be like, oh, it's fine. Of course I'm going to win. And then it ends up being a trade basically, but it pisses me off. It's like, how do you fuck this up? How does the knight fuck this position up to where it's a good thing you're potentially forking him, you're potentially mating, winning, checking, all these things. But no, it's actually going to be, oh no, the knight turns it into getting pinned down, and if I move it, I lose my queen. Like, how do you turn a good thing into such a bad thing? And it's just what the knight does as a piece, so you can also exploit that here. So now you'll raise the pawn. I'm gonna like fall asleep to some mating threat that he does just because I wouldn't be expecting it, but just move, you're overthinking it. Oh, you use your review? Oh, does it work that way? If it's already been reviewed by somebody else, then it doesn't count. That's actually kind of good. But no, I should almost do these, but I should honestly just sign up to the fucking thing. Unless I'm afraid that I'm not going to, last here too long. I don't like Jerry Lewis movies. My father did. Me, I don't care for him. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his either. Or I guess I've only really seen... I know that French people love him for some reason. And there was some little Indian big city type thing. I don't think that's even Jerry Lewis, but that's just some... used as a benchmark. Like, oh, if French people love little Indian big city, then of course they like Jerry Lewis. But... I don't know. I've seen him in The King of Comedy, which is not a comedy really at all. It's like a dark comedy, almost like Taxi Driver, kind of a... Not that Taxi Driver is a dark comedy either, but whatever. It's just this disturbed individual who's like obsessed with somebody, celebrity culture, and all this kind of stuff. It's just like a worse version of Taxi Driver, basically. But yeah, I've never been much of a fan of Jerry Lewis either myself. So now you could just take with the knight. See, his queen move there, you got to look like what impact does it have? Even if he double attacks with the rook, his bishop's not engaged. His development has been really bad. Like his one bishop can't move. His other bishop can't move. Blocked by his own pawn. Blocked by his own pawn. So it's nothing that I'm doing, right? It's all his own pawns and his own lack of development. You will pay the price for your lack of development. One of my expressions. So the point is that... I guess I can't even say I don't like him because I don't even know what his humor was like, but I'm maybe a very desensitized person where I never really find anything scary or I never find anything really funny. I'm just more like I don't know. I can still enjoy it for what it's trying to do, like the whole atmosphere and vibe. But it's like I know it's not real, so why would I? You know, the stuff that's funny is almost like unintentionally funny to me, like The Room or something, where it's so bad that it's good. So it wasn't intending to be funny, but it's just okay. So you should just take here. It's tempting to just rush later in the game, but we're still trying to make it instructive. So if I take with the knight, it could be the same scenario because I take with the knight and then he brings the bishop. So no matter what you do, probably this is still the best thing. You take here and then see what he does. Now you would have a very you would have a very easy situation. You could even take with the queen because then you're already threatening like a mate if he brings the bishop, right? If you let's grab that. Right? You take with the thing, you take with the queen on c3, and then if he blocks with the bishop, I can just take it. So I could take it with either one right now. So let's try to at least decide between these two moves if you were to say which is better to take with, the bishop or the queen. And I almost feel like it might be the queen here. You have to get used to doing this sort of stuff in your head, though. See, these arrows give you totally the wrong, they're giving me the wrong directions because this is not how you're going to be able to do it in an actual real game, but I guess it's a fork. Yeah, I know. You made one move since you came back. Yeah, this is what this is about, though, dude. Because I'm going to be playing 2200 bots and Ding Lirin and all these kind of things. So even playing it this way is not going to be enough for that. I'll have to do it even more exhaustively. He's saying it like I don't know. Like I might not be good, but obviously I know what's happening. But this is how you have to treat chess. This is the kind of game that it is. I don't know why it would surprise people. so basically, if you take with the bishop, taking with the knight is still bad because you pin it down with his own bishop, right? So as usual, the knight lets you down. If you take with the bishop, what happens? You take with the bishop and he probably blocks with his bishop, which is bad because but I could still take with mine, right? And so you got to make up that decision. The bishop is here, he blocks with the bishop, I could still take it. But if I take the rook, then he could take my queen. If I take with the queen, then he blocks with the bishop, I could take the bishop, but then at least I have the option, I could take the rook and give a check there, right? And then I'm still threatening there. If he blocks, I could take it again. And if he, if he moves, I could check with that, whatever. So actually taking with the queen here is better to my understanding because it at least allows you to take the rook instead. And then it should almost still allow you to take, the bishop even later. But he doesn't even do it. But see, I'm just assuming that he's going to do the right thing. Assuming that it even is the right thing. I don't know where this even was now. What pawn is this? He was on c3. Wait. I took on c3, right? But am I not even moving my pieces anymore? How did my queen end up there if I haven't even moved my shit in a while? The whole point of this is to give you this visual representation on the board. So he moved to d1 over here. So what is off about this position on the board? Like, knights are still, oh wow, I'm completely off actually. Nothing is even in the right spot. What have I been doing? Like, I've only been making his moves but not my moves, I guess. Those pawns look fine. The rook looks fine. Rook and king looks fine. The bishop is fine. So we can obviously take the rook here. This is almost how I would play like a story game, or how I would do like certain debate subjects or just chatting stuff. Like we're ready to go super in detail, in depth, and like you're not in a hurry and you're trying to, like that's specifically like Phoenix Wright. Like I would go over do a pre-trial review or something. Danganronpa, like for what little session I did there. Those kind of games, like Detroit, you're trying to come up with like some sort of a theory for who did it, and the game's not even asking you to do that. Like it'll kind of baby step you through it or whatever. So you have a royal fork here as well. If you go F2, check with rook, am I all right? I'm just laughing at that reaction like it's a fork. Like, yeah, we totally don't see that it's a fork or that it's a winning position or anything. Like, it's so obvious, but I'm just trying to sort of milk it here. So the point is that, yeah, you play it almost like a detective game or something like that, where you're trying to come up with theories that even the game is not expecting you to do. So there's a number of things you could do here. Let's do the whole process of elimination bit again. We go here with the rook. You could go here with the knight for the royal fork. It's hard to imagine how that couldn't be the best move. You go here. At least now you're seeing like, okay, clearly I might be better than this guy, but only if you're this much better would you, like, you're not going to see, look how many different things I have, and I could almost do like all of them, right? Because you do the royal fork and then you take the queen, and then even if he takes the knight back, then I take the rook, so he has to save the rook. But this is where you should almost use this as a puzzle moment, where it's like you're trying to basically get a mate. So it's not even the royal fork. It would just be a mate, right? He's just already made it. So giving a check with the rook would not be mate immediately, right? Because he could block with the bishop. So the most efficient move is actually probably just give the check with the knight, because I think it's just mate. I don't see what he can do. You can't really block knights. That's the one strength that they have. So yeah, it's just immediately mate. And it's a royal fork, and it's a regular fork, just an extra BM. No sportsmanship for the Hall of Fame CPU, even though this is fucking no sportsmanship for a 500 rated bot. But you do have the rook take. You do have the rook check, right? But the rook check wouldn't be mate, but it would be mate basically the next move, I think. So if you go rook to d8, then he blocks with the bishop because he can't move his king. So he blocks with the bishop, then I just take it, and then it's mate. So the only other move that I see that's better is the f2. I imagine it's mate in one, unless I'm just blind and I can't see. I'm very bad or unwilling to even look for these kind of things, because either you're always winning by so much that it doesn't matter, or let me just make sure my board actually matches here. So his rook's on a1 and a4, those two pieces. I just want to actually show the proper ending position here. Yeah, we got a very dominant position. So the real lesson to be learned there isn't like, oh, that you won the game. Like, okay, of course, you should obviously win. But maybe I played better than what I normally do because I take a little time and I'm actually thinking about it and things of that nature. So the queen's on c3, and then his queen's on g4, which is not. Fuck me, dude. Why can't I do even this part right? Because like at this stage in the game, it seems like it doesn't matter, but you want to kind of show this. Whatever, you give yourself a chance to digest it. So the bishop is being blocked by a pawn that's not even there, so I'm kind of confused by that too. Where the fuck did this one go? Everything else should be pretty much accurate. Yeah, at some point I just kind of lose interest in doing that, or I just don't even pay attention. You got the little knight covers knight synergy, so that seems to be generally the correct position, I think. Did I get much for Easter? No, I don't. It's not like Christmas where you get gifts for it. What did you end up doing? I didn't really do anything at all, even. I kind of forgot about it. But no, I don't really celebrate stuff like that. The whole philosophy of holidays is kind of silly. It's like you can do the same thing on any given day, right? So why not? Why do you need an excuse? People just use it. It's either some form of consumerism where it's just to try to get you to buy shit, or it's like some sort of overcompensation, like, oh, every day is like such a humdrum contrived structure thing where you just do everything on rails and you're kind of, whatever. You're just doing what you're supposed to do, and then only on these days do you have permission to do something else by society. Like, oh, now you get to hang out with family or friends or do a special thing. You can do it any day of the year that you want. So it should be more like a normal thing. So this should be mate, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why it would take you that long to figure it out. But the point is you're winning there no matter what you do. I beat Lee the Boomer. What do you have to say, checkmate? Well, I underestimated you. I don't know if you even did, but maybe you overestimated yourself after 50 years of playing, and you're bragging about beating your grandkids or something, your grandkids' friends. Like, that guy wasn't as entertaining as, maybe that's the point, because he is a boomer. He wasn't as entertaining as the other one. But we should almost analyze both of those, which of course I won't be able to do. So let's just pretend the last one didn't happen. Or does it even show you these in here? It should, right? After I'm spending that much time in it. Or wait, no, it doesn't. What? Computer, doesn't that mean what I think it means? I mean, we could always just input the game manually and analyze it, but whatever. It seemed pretty clean. Obviously, at no point you would have been losing that. Or maybe you can just do it from that page itself. It really should let you analyze them. But whatever. Let's see who would be next on my list of people to target. So we had done, or is this the one? No, that's Nightmare, who I somehow beat. Even he always makes an excuse, with all due respect. Like, he's obviously better than me, but he always says he's cooking or he's distracted or he's talking to somebody. Like, look, dude, you don't get to do that when you're better. If you should still be able to win under all the circumstances or something. Need to review when it ends. That took me an hour. No, that took me more than an hour. Couldn't those days aren't called Easter. Got a lot of chocolate and some money. No, that was actually some dynamic I had in one of my past relationships. It's like I would make a point to do that. Like, I would do something spontaneous on a day and they would appreciate it because it's like, it's just a random day. I'm not doing it because, oh, it's Valentine's Day or something. I'm just doing it because I feel like it, right? Yeah, we can play one more. That'll be a good way to end off here. Yeah, see, if we play a bot that engaged every single time, the thing I'm kind of afraid of is how much longer I'm going to have to take against actual better opponents, because it might seem like, oh, look how exhaustive I was being. But that's not even close to enough to compensate for, whatever. I'm just too slow with it, like, somehow. Not even that I'm trying to be fast there, but my mental calculation isn't at the level that I feel like it used to be or should be. Or I have to, like, put more effort to do the same thing that I could do a lot easier before, which is maybe never that impressive, but it's just, instead of taking it to the next level, I have to, like, try hard to get back to where I already was, kind of a thing. So you're kind of taking a step backwards. 45 Australian dollars is 29.23. What was I saying? Oh, like whether I can review that. That's kind of dumb, though. Why wouldn't you be able to review it? Let me actually see something. Chess.com review bot game. Analyze my games with bots. It is a pretty instructive tool. Like, you should be able to do that. You for sure intend to gain more experience before playing actual players. That's not what I would say, but I would say I would want to gain more experience and be 2,000 plus before I go to waste my time and money and effort to go to an over-the-board event like USCF or FIDE. Like, I could just do it right now, theoretically, someday just for the fuck of it, but I'm almost saving it. Like, if I'm at least 2,000 plus on these sites, then I feel like, okay, I'm not wasting my time. You're still going to get clowned by people, and, it doesn't mean you'll be 2,000 there, but, what's the point in going when you're 1,500 or 1,500 below? Right. What are you gonna get? Game review, rating higher when facing bots. I will say the ratings were horribly inaccurate, which we haven't seen yet, because, it doesn't matter. 500 is hard to measure. But no, like, we'll play a 1,500 and it's like I get clowned by 1,500s on here, but yet you know, and I failed to get there myself through even trying really hard. But then we somehow, that must prove that people are cheating, not just that the bots are somehow inflated. But then we beat a 1500 bot with ease or something like that. So that's why I don't even feel that intimidated by like 2000 bots and stuff. Stream will be on mute. Yeah, okay, one sec. Let's just see if there's a way. There's a thing you have to click called save game. Whatever. The good thing is we have it on stream, so you don't even have to worry about it. I could just manually input them if I really want to look at them. I just think for the convenience of it, or oh no, you need a premium account. That's why. Even using my one free review, which I maybe used on something else already. Okay, let's find his thing. Wants to be friends. I'm not gonna actually accept that because, like I said, this account, for all intents and purposes, just isn't even there. Like, I don't deserve it because I failed my challenge so many times. So whatever, I'll just leave the board there to soak in my triumphant victory, and then I just will play this one as my final game. That's good. I mean, I almost didn't have the energy. Somewhere in there, I was questioning whether I would even have time to beat that bot, but it's okay. I summoned the enthusiasm to beat a 500 rated clown. Let's listen to... Oh, I should have had that ready as like my celebration song. I'm gonna get banned for some copyright thing. What better song to listen to celebrate the fucking victory over the boomer guy? Why can't I even find it? Isn't that sad? This is the modern state of content where it'll be Nico lol OK Boomer, but where's the actual OK Boomer song? The original. You can't even find it. That's so lame. Or is this the one and I just don't recognize the thumbnail? This is what you get, dude. This is what it's based on. Where is the... But there's one line in here that's actually good, which is the... For fuck's sake. How do you stretch this out? The dinosaur thing? Oh, shit. Fuck. Why does it have to do that when you're playing like an unrated random game? Imagine if I actually get in trouble for this of all things. No, I deserve to play as white, right? Because I was black last time, or I think. This is kind of annoying to navigate because my screen is split like that, but whatever. Let's try it here. Oh wow, we're getting black like every fucking time, dude. And he's doing the same opening. Oh my god, this is so annoying to get to work. Okay, there we go, finally. Look at this music. You've never heard this before? Yeah, that's what I almost hate. Like, Nico lol will get credit for it. Whatever this is and whatever credit it does deserve, whether it's questionable or not. This is our celebration music for beating the boomer guy, which I don't know why they even put that on there, what that has to do with anything. No, this is the best part right here. That is actually a great line, unironically. The, whatever, 10-4 dinosaur one. We need that music teacher's reaction to this song instead of... yeah, like people who get credit for things that they're not doing or they don't have anything to do with. Like if you were to, you know, the TikTok of Nico while dancing to the song gets more credit than the actual song itself, which is kind of sad. Like the person who sung it and made it and wrote the lyrics and all these kind of things. And so that is kind of stupid. Okay, so if he takes, I take. If not, we'll create this very obnoxious closed spawn structure. Now we take with this one, because if we take with the other one, whatever, we have adequate cover anyway, no matter what we do. He pins that down, doesn't really bother me, so we play a very closed structure position here. And trading against me is always suicide, because you get to... Okay, if he takes there, I can take. That wouldn't even bother me. If he keeps going, I can take. Why don't we just back this sucker off for now? Everything's fine. Okay, we go here. The open file that they took, but it's not really that big of a deal. Imagine losing to somebody to the song, or while they're listening to the song. Okay, now you go here. He's attacking that pawn, so it doesn't really matter. Nothing really is changing about this. I wanted to bring the rook out, but then he would take there, so we're also covering with the queen in the process. Or yeah, that even proves he wasn't muted. He's cheating. He was supposed to be muted, so he wouldn't know what the music even is. Or maybe he can still see it, maybe put it up on the screen or whatever. It was at the beginning. I don't really care, but... Okay, this is kind of fine. I want to do this one, or rather I can do anything I want now, because... this is where the whole trading aspect comes into play. Because you get to basically, you know, simplify so much just by doing that alone. Take this. Now, this one you don't want to do. And the reason why this one you don't want to do is because you can take the knight with the bishop, then I have to take with the queen, but then he can take the rook, or he can take the rook first. Then if I take, then he can potentially take, depending on what order he does it in. That could fuck me over a little bit. Let's just do this, even though that seems like a fucked up pawn structure. Okay, now you get to... I don't know. Okay, now you can do this because if he takes, I take, and then it's no problem because you're still covering the pawn effectively. Look how he just fiend for trades so fucking hard, man. Let's just do the instrumental one now. That's enough of that shit, dude. Full version, but the full version is longer than the one that I just saw. Isn't that the same thing? Okay, let's see. He takes there. I could take with the knight, right? And actually I have to, because then I otherwise lose the other pawn. How is that instrumental, dude? It fucking has that shit in there still. We're in a very comfortable position. He's almost playing into my hands this game, like with the trading and everything like that. Like, look how annoying and hard it would be to do anything here in this game because it's so stale. Within 3 minutes, we both traded off like almost everything, and we're almost like in endgame territory. Like, why would you play like this? That is perfectly fine. There's no reason for me to take because that breaks my whole anchor structure. You go here, everything is still covered. One thing he could do is put the bishop here, but then I could still take it with the knight. So that's fine with me. I have the dark square bishop, but I'm almost forgetting that it exists here. You could either do this or that. It's hard to say, actually. I don't know. Very hard to decide that. You open this, but it's like it'll hurt him more than it hurts me, or maybe it doesn't hurt anybody really. So now you got to put in some actual thought and calculation and offensive imagination to try to figure this out. So what do we have here? You take this, you can't do anything. Light square bishop I can take with the knight. So now somebody's just gonna make some sort of obvious mistake, and I don't know what it's gonna be, but just gotta keep needling them with pressure until something finally happens. I don't know, dude. Even matchups are always the worst because gonna be a draw every single time, and that even means that you're playing it the right way, especially as black. But I mean, that would be my preference to do, and in fact I will just do it because I don't get wait I actually misclicked that, but okay, I did. Doesn't really matter. It's not like that's a bad move, but I would have taken that trade in a heartbeat, actually. But why is he playing like me? See, this is the problem. I've had a bad influence on these people. He's trading as aggressively as I am. He has the little dinky thing here. I don't see what that does necessarily. No, like, why wouldn't I take that trade? It wouldn't have benefited him that much. I think it would have been fine. It didn't open up anything for him, like... Huh? Oh, I was gonna say. Yeah, anytime you think they make a mistake, they really didn't. That's the problem. What does he have here? He can take the knight itself. Gotta be something better I can do even with the knight, but I just don't know what it is. Just try to get it over to this side. But no, I should have just traded the fucking queen. But let's try to learn a little bit of offensive imagination. Yeah, he's trading like me, dude. What's he doing? And now, of course, the bishop beats the knight any step of the way. So we're perfectly covered. Everything's good. These pawns are not good in either case. Everything else is identical. That doesn't really do anything for you. You try to force a threefold repetition as well. Now, would I be able to reach there in time would be the only question. I would take, he would take. Then I move the king. So like he's there, I move the king, he's there, I move the king. You'd easily be able to do it. And not only would you be able to do it, but you'll be able to get reparations for it in return too. Right, so that actually doesn't scare me at all. Unless there's something more he can do, but you have to realize all he has left is a dinky shitty knight. So it's going to go from what should be a draw to an actual win. So I don't know why he did that. He basically just threw the game. See, I don't even deserve any credit for that. It was a draw, and he turned it into a loss for no reason. Good game. Oh, look how it ends at the perfect time as the song, too. Yeah, we did that second bot game. Let's see what the next bots actually are that we have to face. And again, we can go in any order that I want, but it doesn't give you like a timetable as far as like how long these stay there, because like maybe these ones I shouldn't even do. And like I said, I shouldn't necessarily... All these fucking random terms. Jen Martin. Yeah, I'm not going to necessarily pursue those, but we'd have to see 400, 800. I'm Danny International Master, but then why is he 400? I guess he's just taking it easy on you. They change every month. Oh, I see. Yeah, in the course of me playing once a week and doing one per episode, I guess I could drag this shit out forever. That'd be, you know, a month's worth is like right there. And then I wouldn't even dare to play the higher rated ones if I run out. So I don't know how I should even handle that then. Like, I guess for now it doesn't matter, but we'll get there eventually. We'll have to do... That is hard for me to figure out though. Yeah, because the most I would do, at least at this pace, is like 4 in a month. So I can't even really count those. The other one should be... Oh, what? No, we're not playing that. No, I'm not going to resign either. What the fuck did you do? I didn't click on that. You got to abort. Whatever, that one doesn't count because I didn't even mean to play that one. Dude, what the fuck? I was gonna make it seem like I did something wrong. Whatever, it's not the one that we're meant to do, dude. This is cool, I guess. Said no one ever. Okay, can we just look at them, dude? What the fuck is going on? Alright, what I wanted to see is just like which ones would be permanent ones that we could see in the future. Why is it doing this? Dude, what the fuck? I'm not trying to do that. Oh my god. Something I'm hitting is causing that to happen. All I'm trying to do is like scroll down. Okay, so assuming those ones change every month, I think the coach ones probably wouldn't change. The adaptive are probably there. Beginner we've seen before, intermediate, advanced, and then master are whatever. Those ones are probably there. Athletes I feel like have changed over time, but they've at least been there maybe now for a while. Who is that? Creators would be probably easy enough to take care of up to a certain point. Ray Enigma, that's literally me. No face allowed. Top players. I mean, obviously some of these would become difficult over time. Personalities. Yeah, I mean, I should really do those. I don't know why I should almost just skip this one then. I should start like with the coaches and all these different ones, and then at some point I'll have to unlock the. See, it kind of suits me that the higher rated bots are the ones that are locked behind the paywall, not the lower rated ones, because I'd be farming the lower rated ones anyway. Like, you know, I'd be choosing those first. So we've obviously beaten Madam Murder and this guy here. I don't know what the criteria should be then. Like, I beat the first one of this and then I move on every month. Like, you just pick one. Because, yeah, I would like to do them all, but there's at least if there was a fixed number, like there's always 4, so I'll do 4 of them total, even if it's in different months or something. I don't know. You resigned, yeah, that doesn't count. All of these stay the same. Okay, see you tomorrow.